Oh, and you want that mic, if you can,
as close to the mouth,
to your face
Thank you.
possible.
Nobody ever does that.
Yeah, it just makes it sound so much better. Because I keep it close to my face, but what happens is I gotta like...
Do you get any noise when you move it?
No, that's why the arm is so good, and these mics are so good. These mics are like the only mic I've ever found where you can touch it and move it, and it doesn't make a bunch of annoying loud sounds. Like, of course, you don't want to like bonk it, but like
no, but like if I just go like this, or
that's why the Shure SM7B was one of the reasons it's so good, is because you can like do that. You can touch it and move it around, and it doesn't sound like shit. I'm not
afraid. A lot of people are afraid of it.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of that thing.
No. Especially because we're getting like some really good, because you want to get those nice thick waves on there. You know what I mean? Look at the thin waves from before, and now we're getting that nice juicy
and thick,
real juicy.
Yeah. And it's juicy. This mic, I use this mic all the time for everything. I listen to my voice on this mic. I go, that's me. That's smooth as butter, and that's me. And then like that's before you mix it. There's a Shure building not far from where this podcast is filmed. Sure, if you want to sponsor me, this is the best intro I could possibly give to a podcast.
And I think Shure should sponsor you.
I mean, I literally, if that should be the intro. This is the intro of the show, and it's me saying Shure SM7B, the best microphone. And there is a Shure location that's pretty awesome, and the Shure's the best.
Yeah, and close to here, you're saying? And
I say all of this not just because I want them to sponsor me, but because these mics are amazing.
Not only is the product good, but you also want them to sponsor you because you need sponsorship. And they have nothing else to say other than Sure. So they should be saying yes to you. It's on to you to reach out to them now.
That's a great point. They shouldn't be saying anything else.
Yeah, they have no reason to.
I mean, like, that's really off-brand for you guys.
Stand by your brand.
Stand by your brand. Let me lay it out for you again. Just say what you're supposed to say. Sure? You know what I mean?
No.
Just lay the Shure on them. Turn it back around on them. I like that. I like that a lot. Guys, this is episode 237 of Ruse Radio. We are back at it again with a very special guest. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Oh, I thought somebody interesting was coming. I'm Mike Capra.
It's you.
Yeah, Mike Capra.
Yeah. No cap, bruh. Whoa.
Sure, that's the first time I heard that one.
Really? Ever?
Yeah.
Guys.
There we go. That's a new one.
I'm a rapper.
I'm getting a tramp stamp that says that now.
No cap, bruh.
Yeah, that's it.
That'd be pretty good.
Yeah, I was never going to get a tattoo, and now I am because of you, because you gave me that new name that I never heard before.
You really haven't heard that before?
No, they call me Cap or Capra. That's what my friends called me in high school.
No one's ever said no Capra.
Well, but also that's a little beyond younger than me.
I don't know.
The no cap kind of started. I was past that.
It just came to me just now. That wasn't premeditated or anything. It really just hit me.
No,
so I'm kind of.
Well, it should. I mean, you were just you were playing off of my name.
Yeah.
You had every reason to.
But no one's ever done that one. I just kind of assumed that was like an easy one. I thought that was easy. I thought that was like who everybody's probably done this one. So for you to genuinely tell me this is a first, I'm just trying to soak that in.
I mean, I really don't want to overstate this, but I think then we just captured a small piece of history. Was it a small piece of history?
That's kind of how I'm going to remember it.
I mean, that's how I regard it anyway.
It happened to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Mike, you do things in the world.
I do.
Maybe somebody's stumbling upon this. They don't know anything about you.
Right.
How would you describe the things you've done in the world and the things that you do?
I get by the best I can, as efficiently and as kindly as possible, and I want to make sure that that somebody feels better after they've talked to me than when I found them in any way. Whether if it's when I was a cashier handing change, I wanted to be more than a cashier. I'm always a character.
Okay.
I'm always a character. I want someone to feel like they're in a movie when they're talking to me.
And how do you achieve that?
I at first, it took a lot of like trying to build this persona and try to be a person that I wasn't. And I realized that just being myself was character enough. Like even just how I'm dressed right now, I got a fucking hat on and sweatpants and slippers and shit. I call it, what the hell I have a name for it. Trashy chic.
Ooh.
This is called trashy chic because on the bottom I'm all comfy, but on top I'm nice and fancy. And it's like, what, he remembered to wear the jewelry, but he forgot to put on slacks? Like, what the hell is this guy's deal?
Trashy chic.
But it's trashy chic. I'm comfortable, but I still look good.
Right, of course.
So when I'm talking to somebody, or if I'm performing, or if I'm making a picture, or if I'm making a song, or if I'm, I like to do magic sometimes too. Like,
Okay.
I think I want to entertain somebody any chance that I get. I'm an entertainer.
Yeah.
Like by trade, no matter what.
Why do you think that's so important?
I don't know. It's one of those things where I questioned it. I was like, hey, maybe this isn't for me. But from such a young age, I realized that it's always been a part of me. I walked away from making movies, from acting on stage for 4 years.
Why?
Because I just moved back from New York. I split up with we had a touring improv team and sketch team, and we were performing a lot, and we were doing really well. And then everything kind of disbanded, and I moved back home. I needed to. I was constantly doing nothing but work and art.
Yeah.
Since I graduated high school. So, it was like I only talk to artists. I only talk to creative people. And I started to lose this grasp of what reality was and what real people were. And so it's almost like my work imploded on me, and I was like, I don't want to be around fucking actors.
Yeah.
I don't want to be around people who do anything creative. And it just so happened that during that time off, I was able to really figure out who the hell I was as a person. And I ended up meeting my fiancée. I'm going to be getting married in March.
Ooh.
And
oh my gosh. You got the wedding planned, everything, man.
Yeah.
It's like over. We're ready to go.
Oh, it's not over. It's just starting, baby.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She's the best thing that's ever happened to me because she's a complete yin and yang, and we complement each other so well because I'm so crazy and I'm always off the wall and I'm always... I have always these big ideas and visions of grandeur, and she's always there to kind of ground me and let me know what is possible. How was that?
Very nice.
That was like a 3.
I'm glad you knew, like, keep it close to the microphone, because that's gonna get captured well.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. When we hear it back, it's gonna be good. That's what headphones are for. Is that right there? Because that was solidly captured. But so you meet her.
Yeah, I met my fiance.
Yeah,
and so during that time, I also didn't want her to. A pattern of mine was women fell in love with me because of my art, or because I was a performer, or because I was in a band, or because I was making movies, and I wanted somebody who just was gonna love the me.
Yeah.
Just where I could wear pajama pants and a tank top, and they were gonna love that guy. Mm-hmm. And so I kind of did it in reverse, where I met her, and for the first 4 or 5 years that we dated, I stayed away from a lot of the creative stuff, and I just focused on being a man and what I thought would make a good partner. And then once that was stable, I felt this emptiness inside me. I was like, okay, I feel my heart full now romantically, and just I know the woman I want to build my family with now. but there's the piece of me that's missing still. And then that's when slowly a buddy of mine was like, hey, I'm doing a sketch show at Second City. Why don't you come and do this with me? Sean Mullaney, I'm going to shout out to him because he kind of pulled me out of it and got me rolling. And so we did a show called Too Gross for Comfort. And we were always really pissed that everybody wanted to do these smart, clean, satirical shows at Second City. And so he wrote this gross ass humor, shit humor thing that was so funny and so filthy. And it was just like, it was like a slingshot back into it. But I had done theater for so long that I knew it doesn't last. People can't make the show. People can't make the second weekend, or they can't afford to pay for their whole family to come see you.
Yeah.
So that's when I retreated back to film. I was like, no, I know I love film, and I want to focus on film. And I'd done film just as much as theater throughout my whole life, and I had an emptiness in my life that needed to be filled. And so it called me back. That's where I truly think if you like to do, or not, fuck if you like to do this. If you do this, it's because you need to. Necessity is the mother of invention. Which is everybody has said that, and I didn't invent that by any means. It's just something that really resonated with me because I was there in a space where I was filled with love. I was complete in a sense where I hadn't been complete in the past. And now I was finally this full human version of myself to be able to dive back into the creative world. And what I had discovered in that time away from the stage and from the cameras is that I'm an old soul. I'm somewhere between the ages of 3 and 103. And I dress goofy, and my interests are goofy, and my entire life's mission is to have as much fun as possible.
Yeah.
And to try and make anybody that I come in contact with have that fun too.
Huh. And that's like your purpose?
That's my purpose. That's my purpose for sure.
Huh. Interesting.
A clown, a jester, but also somebody that knows the seriousness of sadness.
Yeah.
And that not to run from the fire, but to run into it. And that's how you get through it.
Do you think like an entertainer does that, like demonstrates that type of thing? You think that's like part of entertaining? It's like demonstrating that kind of thing?
Well, I can't speak for every entertainer. I know that everybody has their own way. Some people choose to use entertainment to run from it.
Yeah.
They don't get better. They don't face their problems. They don't face their illnesses or their issues, and then they run from it because I've done that too. I'm guilty of that. There was a time where I was running from depression or anxiety or responsibility even, and hiding on stage in plain sight. And I didn't want to live inauthentically either. So, but that's, everybody's different though.
Everybody's different. Ain't that the truth? You got a million different people doing a million different things, and what we try to do here on Ruse Radio is bring you all those people and all those amazing things, and it's a hard thing we're doing. I mean, how do we pull it off? I don't know. I have no idea how we pull it off, but we do it. And you know how we could do it even bigger, even better? With your support. Every 3 days, we're dropping a new episode. That's 10 a month. These are crazy numbers. We're making it happen for you. So how about you make a little magic happen for me? Okay? That would be amazing. A little small number of you guys joins that Patreon, and you change my life. I'm able to focus solely on this podcast and make it the most amazing thing it can possibly be. And like I said, like I've already established,
I want to have the most amazing, most different people. Everybody's different. And what I love about this show is that you can highlight what makes people special, those differences and those particular talents, those peculiar abilities that people have. You can bring those people in, you can talk to them for a long time, and you can see what makes that happen. And so I want to keep doing that. I want to keep doing that bigger and better than ever. And the way, did I even say it yet? I don't think I did. The way you can do all of this, the way you can support this show, the easiest way, I'm making it easy for you, is Patreon. That is right. On Patreon, we've got exclusive podcast content. You can hear my music early, and you can hear songs that you'll never hear anywhere else. And also, you get your name popping up at the end of these videos. Get your name on screen right now. That's what happens when you're part of the Patreon. A whole bunch of stuff, but mostly the gratifying feeling of knowing that you are supporting Ruse Radio, the greatest podcast of all time, that you are helping this thing happen, and you're letting me know that you want this show to grow, to go to bigger and better places. Let's do it. Let's make all that happen. I want to see it happen. Let's make some magic sizzle. Let's make some magic sizzle. Now, as this guy was talking, I'm wondering, is Mike saying that what he's doing is the right way?
And I'm not saying that what I'm doing is the right way. They'll find their way.
Yeah.
Because if something is distressful enough, it will push you into the place you need to be. Yeah. I believe that the God or the universe or whatever the hell you want to call it, I don't put names on any of them because then you have to figure out who you're signing the check to. But it's like, whatever powerful thing there is or isn't, you have to kind of, there is a moment when you have to let go of yourself and let it kind of sweep you into where you belong, because you attract the things you want.
Yeah. Well, I also think, though, like, you could get lost in that idea and then do nothing. Like, it's kind of like a balance of, like, agency. Because you still have to, like, I feel like if you're following God's will and you're trying to do that, like, I feel like there's a certain, that kind of means to listen to your heart and your soul. And, like, so if your mind is telling you something, like, this is what I must do, you still have to, like, take the steps towards that thing. You can't just let God take the wheel.
100%. It's about execution.
Yeah, and I feel like so many people, like, it's just like they would just like kind of hope for something to happen. I feel like that's kind of part of the lesson of life to me. It's like you just have to do things, because like no one's gonna do anything for you 100%. ever. And it's not gonna happen.
And it's interesting that you say that, because letting go doesn't mean doing nothing.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean laying in a bed of daisies or in a field somewhere looking up at the sun and saying, hey, God, or hey, the stars of the universe, or the cosmos, or whatever. These are all these, hey, vibes. Everything's about vibes now. Everybody thinks that they're all these witches and this witchcraft, and it's all the same bullshit. It's energy. It's just things that you feel. You can feel everything that you touch, but you can't touch everything that you feel. That's something that I would have tattooed as a tramp stamp, other than the name that you fucking called me earlier.
You could put it right above.
Right above. I'm going to put that above the...
Mike Cap, bruh.
Yeah. The no cap.
No cap, bruh.
No cap, bruh.
No cap, bruh.
Because it's, it's no cap, bruh.
Bruh. Yeah, because that's what to me. That's
I didn't
what makes
get that
it.
earlier. And now I'm getting it. Yeah,
that's what makes it so good.
I'm rebranding everything, everyone, and I'm sorry for being slow, because I got the no cap. I did not get the bruh in there too.
No cap, bruh.
Totally rebranding,
dude. That's like
nobody will recognize me after this comes out. I'm going to be a whole new person. I'm literally going to change my whole lifestyle around it.
I thought that was such an easy one. So the fact that
it's fucking awesome. Yeah, that's really funny now that I get it.
I mean, I'm still.
I was like a little pissed. I was like, this is a little like out of my my range, my age range. But I like that. I like learning
no cap, bro.
The new vernacular, and I like.
Yeah. Well, you got to be hip if you're like, I'm a rapper. You got to be hip if you're a rapper. Like, you have to know the slang. You have to know the slang nowadays, because if you don't know the slang, you don't look cool. These are things like
You
rap
rap?
101. Oh, I'm the greatest rapper of all time.
Oh, I believe it. You're white.
I can't explain it. I watched 8 Mile recently. I was like, that's me. That's me. And I'm not even joking. Like, that did just happen to me. I watched 8 Mile, and it resonated with me. I was like, yes, I remember this movie when I was a child.
Can I say 2 things that I mean from the bottom of my heart?
Tell me.
I want to tell you 2 things I mean from the bottom of my heart.
Okay.
I think that it is first the most endearing thing that you saw a film that inspired you so much.
It's a great movie.
That it made you immerse yourself into an art form.
Well, yeah.
And that's true, right?
I don't know if it was the beginning, but I would say the 8 Mile as a movie I know I saw when I was a kid, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And when I just watched it again recently, I was like, oh, like, not only is it cool, but it's like a good coming of age story about a guy. Like the fact that they don't make Eminem like this super amazing rapper who's so much cooler than everybody, and he's not just like this super cool guy. His life sucks. Like, the whole point of the movie is his
He's an
life fucking
underdog.
sucks.
Did that resonate with you?
I just think that's a cool way to tell that story is all, because it's like, that's a better thing to tell somebody. It's like, hey, even though everything might be against you, deep down, because the way the movie ends, it's like you have the whole thing where it's kind of like a hero's journey. At the beginning, he fucks up and everything goes wrong, and everything just keeps going wrong, and everything kind of goes wrong almost the whole time until the very end, when it just all flips and you're like, oh, he's the coolest guy ever. And why is he the coolest guy ever? Because of his talents, because of what he has inherently in his soul. And that's like a beautiful message to send to somebody, is just to say, like, it doesn't matter what they do to you. They could say everything and it could all be true, and they could fuck you over 1,000,000 times, but whatever's within you and makes you creative is what makes you special, and that's what's going to make you successful in life. And like, that's a beautiful thing to tell somebody, because then it really doesn't matter what happens to you.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
That was that's my mature understanding of 8 Mile. Before, it was just, oh, that's a cool rap. Dude, the rap at the end of that movie is the best.
How old were you when you first saw it? It came out a while ago.
Well, it came out, I was born in 1998, so there's that. And the movie 8 Mile came out in 2002, 2003. It's an older movie, so I probably saw it when I was like 7. I'm guessing.
Good movie to be watching at 7, for sure.
Yeah. I'm actually, I will say, I think part of the way I am is because my parents gave me just the lead. Like, I'm glad at the little amount of supervision I had, because it kind of made me who I was.
Yeah.
I would consumed a lot of things I probably shouldn't have. And
I was
makes you who you are.
I was consuming the Slim Shady stuff at a young age. There was something very.
When I don't even know
attractive
what
to it.
weed looks like, and
I didn't even know what he was talking about, you know. And then
It's crazy, dude.
and then the way you know. And I'm not. For the record, I'm not a big rap guy. I do have a soft spot for Eminem, though, just because he's white.
Of course,
that's a joke.
of
course. I love the black music that I get into is older.
And that's
soul
not
music.
why I like Vanilla Ice either. I don't know why I like
fuck
Vanilla Ice.
Fuck Vanilla Ice. He should never have had a record contract. Every dollar that he still gets from royalties should be donated to something. I don't know what it is, because if I said it should be donated to, like, you know, the homeless, like, then somebody will be like, well, why do the homeless get it? We will have a separate a diplomatic way to decide where Vanilla Ice's money will be dispersed, but it should not be given to him.
You know, you
for
could
making
just
music.
get people to sign a piece of paper that says, like, redistribute ICE funds, and they'll
right.
You're not lying.
Yeah, and in 2026, I think that there would be no confusion about that at all.
No confusion about it. They'd be like, yeah, that's a good cause.
But you were talking about how impactful 8 Mile was on you. You saw it when you were 7.
Well, it was impactful recently, but I think it probably did impact me when I was growing up, just in the sense that, because it probably is one of, like, the first rap. I think the end of that movie, the rap, is written so effectively because the whole point of the rap is like like what I said, where it's like the rap itself does the work. It's telling you, yeah, you can insult all these things about me and it doesn't even matter because fuck you guys and you suck and Clarence's parents have a real good marriage, like, you know, all these things, or you just flip the whole thing on them, which is what diss rap can do so well. Like it's just a good rap example. Like it's like you're saying everything, you're disarming him because everything he could possibly say you just said, and you did it in such a way where like no matter what, he just looks like an idiot. And it's done so well. It's just done like amazingly well. And Eminem wrote all the raps throughout that movie too. So he's like writing the disses against him. Well, so you take that into consideration.
And that's what I like about that film in particular is because it's all him.
Yeah.
It came out like at like kind of the. I mean, I don't know what the height of his career was, but like as far as I was,
you could say that's the height of his career. Yeah, I would say
and
that.
It was like, hey, this is who I am.
Yeah.
This is who I am. This is what I went through, and this is what I needed to do in order to get to this height.
Yeah.
And I felt like that humanized him even more. And if I'm remembering correctly, didn't the Eminem show come out? That was the album that came out after the 8 Mile. Mm-hmm. See, this is where we're having a like little college PA would be nice to be looking something up.
Wow, you Googled that so fast.
Don't quote me on that because I'm not a big rap guy, but I do know that because to me that album was probably the last that I listened to him, where it was probably right up to the Eminem show. I liked the early stuff. I liked Marshall Mathers. I liked the Slim Shady LP. It was just all that. It was more of like a radio novelty than it was music.
Yeah.
The sound effects and the how you gonna breastfeed me, ma? You ain't got no kid. Yeah, and all the man, you wasted. Like that's what I loved about it. Is it wasn't just music. It was like a radio sketch almost.
Yeah.
And there was so much humor in it.
Yeah, I feel like Eminem's music went through a weird evolution because like it's just kind of hard to like. Of course, Eminem's one of the greatest of all time. And so it's like a weird thing to me because Eminem's always been one of the greatest of all time. And he's still like as a writer, the best ever. Like the way that he constructs things is ridiculous. It almost doesn't even make sense. Mm-hmm. Like one of the things that really...
It's poetic. It's modern poetry.
Yeah.
Modern Shakespeare.
When like there's a freestyle in one of his albums that's like not from too long ago. I guess it's like probably a decade ago now. But it's just like a whole 6-minute long freestyle. And it's like, and they put a beat on it afterwards. And it's just such a weird thing. Like... It's just Eminem's like a actually artistic rapper, and he's so good. But I think what happens is like it's just never gonna be the Eminem from like 2000. And what I think is interesting is I used to always say I think what he needs to do is do like a Slim Shady-esque album and then just do it over like trap beats. And he kind of did that with the death of Slim Shady. That was kind of the idea of that album. And so I kind of feel like he did the thing that I thought he should do because that's what I was waiting for all along is like him to try to bring Slim Shady back and then make that a thing and do like a 2020, 2025 version of Slim Shady.
Is that the most recent thing that he did?
I think it was 2024. Maybe it's...
Okay, so
maybe it's 2023 now.
Within the last, few years or so.
Because before that, there was a good album called like a Revival is the only Eminem album I've ever heard where I was like, "What? I don't know if I like this." It was the only time it's ever happened to me. Because after that, he did Kamikaze, I want to say, whatever the one is that's like the Beastie Boys cover, and that one's good. I like that one a lot. So he had like a return to form. But the thing is, it's still just never Eminem from the year 2000, and it's kind of like a weird thing to me. It's like, how do you even pinpoint that? It's almost like you just can't be who you are when you're 25 ever again.
Right.
That's probably
that's what I was going to ask you. Is like you're putting this expectation on this.
It's not
artist.
possible. Yeah.
You're like, hey, you've lived all of this experience. can you disregard all of that, and can you write music like you did when you were in your 20s?
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
And you know, and also you're not the same guy.
No, but
You
yeah,
know,
and that's the beautiful thing.
You're not 7 years old anymore.
Yeah, that's
And
beautiful.
A little bit of did the attraction come from, hey, I shouldn't be listening to this?
I think the thing was there was something like more punk rock about what he was doing back then.
For sure.
I think that's what it is. If you ask me,
That's what attracted me to
It felt
it.
more punk rock, and like I think that he just kind of became more of like Eminem being a great rapper and less like punk rock Eminem of like the late 90s, which is still great. He's still, like I said, the best of all time. He's one of the best of all time. The way he constructs things is doesn't make sense. But it's not like the essence of what it was. It was like pure MTV on crack. It was Eminem in the late 90s. It's just so different.
Well, because he was defying two things. Rap music wasn't necessarily well regarded by the older people, right?
Yeah.
The people who grew up listening to the Beatles or the Beach Boys or whatever. So to begin with, rap wasn't. It was kind of like. That was the counterculture of the 80s and 90s. You know, and yeah, there was a punk scene and there's a rock scene and stuff, but rap really grew in the 80s and in the 90s. And also on top of that, a lot of the rap was dominated by black performers.
Yeah.
So on top of it that he was white and he had the same soul and the same spirit that it took to make that kind of music, because it takes grit and rawness. You have to be from a place, and you have to be. It's like the blues. That's why I kind of don't like rap, is because rap is the blues without the notes and the melody, and it's just the beat. But Eminem had that going against him, where you know, he was white, and you know, fuck Vanilla Ice, but wouldn't you say he was? I mean, was there? Because I'm not super well read in it. Was there a white rapper before Eminem that sold as many albums?
No, that was the whole thing with Dre signing him. I mean, that was why it was a big deal, because it's like Dre signing this white rapper. Like, how's he gonna be? You know, because it was. I mean, that is a time when there's no white rapper that's cool. That's basically what it is. It's like you had white rappers, like you had the Beastie Boys. Like you had things where it was like they weren't uncool, but it just wasn't like the same thing as black hip hop. Like it's just not the same. And also Eminem, I think, still does it in his own way, because when he comes around, he's not rapping about the same thing. He's rapping about doing crack in a bathroom with a prostitute.
Right.
Like, he's rapping about, he's trying to sound ridiculous, kind of on purpose.
Oh, for sure.
So it's like
he was always playing a character.
It's tongue in cheek in that way. Yeah,
he was
and
always
so,
playing a character.
To me, that makes it even adds another layer to it, where it's like he knows what he's doing. Like he's addressing the fact that he's like the white rapper saying all this controversial stuff and doing
the
that.
other thing was there was always a mystery of who he was.
Yeah.
Because there was Marshall Mathers.
Right.
Then there was Slim Shady.
Yeah.
Then there was Eminem.
It's funny. It's like mythology to me. You know, like you create a mythology around your character.
Yeah. Remember when I said there were two parts to that I wanted to tell you?
Yeah.
And so and they're both true from the bottom of my heart. If anybody's still listening, is that it is so it's so beautiful to see like where you fell in love with your passion.
Yeah. And
it's also so funny to see a skinny white boy be like, I watched 8 Mile and now I'm doing rap.
I know.
It's like, I'm like, it's just like the most
That's why
empty fucking thing you could ever do and like say on your own podcast, like to the world.
Yeah.
You know, you have a girlfriend?
No.
Okay. So at least one person's listening, my fiancée today. I'm just fucking with
No,
you,
it's
dude.
actually why I do it, because I know how funny it looks for me to say that.
But I also say that with full respect, because like you're going to the right source. If you were like, no man, I just like drenched myself in Biggie and like now I'm hitting it, I'm like, this fucking guy doesn't know his place. You know your place in it. But there is an irony and something funny to me about a guy that looks like you being like, bro, I watched 8 Mile and that's when I knew. That's when so
it's even funnier because like the Eminem, I'm not helping myself at all. I'm not helping myself.
No.
Like if you saw me rap, you would be like, "Oh, he's not helping." Like I'll lean into it a little bit.
I mean that.
I get like
with the most respect.
At any comedy event, the first thing anybody's ever gonna say is like, "Oh, look, like he should be in Detroit, like 8 Mile." Like they'll always make an Eminem joke. This is like white rapper 101, guys.
I mean it with the most respect, though.
I'm just telling you, if you're a white rapper, this is what happens. You just get Eminem automatically, I feel like. It's not... People look at you...
That's the first thing you're going to get.
Like, you don't understand. You're going to hear this forever. So at a certain point, I feel like I'm leaning into it now.
Yeah, and you should.
Like,
you should.
At this point... Yeah, I am Eminem, okay?
Totally.
I will be Eminem. Because 8 Mile... It's a great movie. Okay.
There's no denying that. But that's why I said there's 2 parts to it. It is equally inspiring and equally lovely to hear your passion and to hear where it came from and to even see it in you. Like, what's
it's powerful.
Yeah, I could tell that's where you come from.
Well, like to me, it's not even. I wouldn't even chalk it up to that. To me, I've always looked at music as I like music because it's or hip hop even because it's a form of expression for me. Literally only that. And there wasn't, I wouldn't say there was ever a very particular artist or thing that made me particularly interested in making hip hop. Like it wasn't like there was like a specific thing. It's just literally that I figured out, oh, this is like a way I could take my ideas and express them in a completely unique way that no one else can help me with. Like I can always write my own rap and no one else could even if you had the words, you couldn't do it like me. Like, and that's what makes it so unique. Like I'm the only one who could do this. And I know I'm the only one who could do. That's what rap is to me. That's what rap was before, and then it kind of like splintered off into all these different things. But rap originally was you're like a rapper, you're like a poet, and you're making the best thing that only you could
with
do.
Words.
Yeah, and that's so cool to me. And that's just what I figured out at some point is like, oh, that's a way I can, and like every single time I ever have like an opportunity to give a speech anywhere or anything, I'll turn it into a rap. This has like become my thing in life. Because I think that's the funniest thing ever is like no one's expecting it. You just go up there and this guy just does like a fucking perfectly executed hip hop rap that's like fine-tuned to the situation we all are in. Like I did a thing called, it was for Teen Quest, and that was like the craziest thing ever because what it was it's a job training program after school, and you do it for like, you know, you're in high school, so I think I was in like 9th or 10th grade, and you go through the whole program, and at the very end they want someone to give a speech for their group, and like everyone's gonna give a speech at the graduation. And so I had like 2 days to write this speech, and I like, you know, I had to like scheme it out because part of what makes it easier actually is that it's one of those things where they're giving you everything you have to say. So I just had all these bullet points, I had all this stuff I was supposed to do, and I just put all the bullet points, I scheme it out, and I remember like the day of when I'm supposed to, because you have to give the speech in front of the group, and then they're gonna pick a speech. So I'm like writing the final touches to it, you know, I'm like getting it done right just in time. Like it was like photo finish, ending, I'm writing this thing, and then I go up there and I rap it just for the room, and they're like, "Whoa, oh my god!" Like they're blown away. Okay, so I'm the guy giving the speech. And then at the ceremony, it's like 1,000-person ceremony. It's like, and it's like dry
in the gym, and
yeah, like let me tell you, it's like an urban crowd, but this is like a formal affair. So what's happening is everybody's just kind of like buttoned up and like trying to be professional, and they're going through this thing. And luckily, I was the last person to give a speech because I would have felt bad if you went after me. Because what it is like this is boring, right? And then I go up there and like it's like. The part of it is what makes it so good is how boring it was because it's like built tension for me because I go up there and I just start to give my speech, and I remember like the room's like trying to make like a beat, you know, they're trying to do all this, and everybody has to like, you know, calm down because like me, 8 Mile looking ass just steps up to the mic and then just fucking does the best rap ever. It's like the quest is done, but the journey's just begun. It was fun here. Clearly, I wasn't under the gun, but I'm really ready now. See, I can't ask Siri how to be the one to make my employer revere me.
What is Teen Quest? A program that can deploy me to be the best employee I can be. Not noisy or coy, but with poise. Each choice is delicate. And you can't forget the business etiquette. That's the presentment of you, your tone of voice. Your mood ought not be rude if you want to be employed. Gotta keep, whatever.
No, keep going. You remember it all?
Ah, dude. Gotta keep it professional. So they'll see that you are a professional. Oh, dude, I'm not gonna remember. I have it on my phone. I can do the whole thing.
Yeah,
Believe me.
I
can do it.
You should.
All right. Teen Quest Testimony is the name. So hold on. All right, here we go. The quest. Folks, stall for me. Can you stall for me?
I could stall for you. And now, do you edit or do you just go raw dog?
We're raw dogging it. That's why you're
raw
stalling.
dog it.
Give me something good while
Awesome.
I type this in.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, at the moment we are looking up the graduation speech, the graduation rap, as it were. And it is to be known to have had the crowd on their feet.
The crowd was on their feet.
And anyone to have followed him would be hiding in the shadow of your glory.
Here we go.
And then here we go.
The quest is done, but the journey's just begun. It was fun here. Clearly I wasn't under the gun, but I'm really ready now. See, I can't ask Siri how to be the one to make my employer revere me. What is Teen Quest? A program that can deploy me to be the best employee I can be. Not noisy or coy, but with poise. Each choice is delicate. And you can't forget the business etiquette. That's the presentment of you, your tone of voice. Your mood ought not be rude if you want to be employed. Gotta be conventional, keep it exceptional, respectable, and they'll see that you are a professional. Again, what is Teen Quest? More or less a program to help us be ready for the inevitable. Reaching out to the average teen made to make them incredible, whether alone or in a team. Professionally sensible. And that's incredible to me. Props to Miss Sunyati. Before in an interview, I with a bomb bigger than Nagasaki. Now watch me, I'm the bomb, oughta scream kamikaze, cause I'm coming from out of nowhere on the job scene positively. Blame it on my PMA, my positive mental attitude that'll be in aid in the workplace, plus the way I communicate can demonstrate my thoughts great. That's objective 8. And next was 9, accepting change is expected, then nothing ever stays the same. And if you can't overcome and cope, you can't take the weight of a workspace and keep up with the pace. Initiative isn't given, you gotta take it and make it a mission to exceed expectations. Place it beneath you to only do what you're told. Break free from the mode, be bold and make a statement you won't achieve if you only dream. Set a goal and chase it. Your fate won't change if you don't take reign. You'll go insane if you rely on hope to succeed and just dream. Give that dream some affirmation. I have to give thanks for the application preparation. Can't wait to applicate it and get admiration. Also, the evolution of my conflict resolution has been nothing but improvement since I was a student of this program. That's character development. To be honest, man, I just joined this for the heck of it. With all due respect, I wasn't expecting this, but this testimony. I'm a Teen Quest testament to show that you can grow with paying attention to the lessons presented in it, like interview questions. On the second day, we did first impressions. My first impression was that this could work with work, and it worked. Work hard or don't work, which is the perfect segue into this next segment. I have 2 questions for my site. The answers drill right into their minds, so it won't be hard to find. I want to hear right now who we are and what our motto is, so on with it. Stand and give me a hand. And this I had to write in because it's there's a speech for each, like a chant for each group, so you had to work in the group chant. So that was my setup for the group chant. And then I go, who are we? And they go, the new generation. Who are we? The new generation. What is our motto? Work hard or don't work. Work hard. Blah, blah, blah. And then it's and then I just cut right back in.
No, what is that? Work hard or
don't work. Work hard or don't work.
Yeah, that's fucking important.
Made
dude.
up some.
Don't say whatever. That's brilliant.
Work hard or don't work. Work hard or don't work. I have to thank Mr. Hatcher for being a master with his craft and making this great craft a blast. Not only that, but Capra Brothers also. They both made this also awesome. So thanks from us all. I also gotta thank who made this all, Retta Hunyadi, because she's the reason I see a job for me. See, the quest is over, but only one goal's been won. So the quest is done, but the journey's just begun. Thank you.
And then everybody. Where?
Oh my God! I was a star.
Where did you graduate from?
Swartz Creek High School, but it's right next to Flint, Michigan. So basically, that's the easy way to know where I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
Right next to Flint.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, that was awesome, man. That was brilliant.
Dude, oh my God. I'm telling you, because it wasn't like a graduation it was the Teen Quest graduation. So it was like for the people who went through this job training program. They're just at this graduation ceremony like, oh, okay, all right. That must have been like an unforgettable moment. And I remember there was only like one video on Facebook of the actual time that it happened, where the room went crazy. Like there is a thing on YouTube where the school had me redo it for like a thing, but that's different than like that electric moment, dude. Because
for sure,
there's just something about, like, to me, that's what everything is all about. Like, I created that from nothing. Like nobody could have done that. That's why it's so cool. Nobody would even think to do something like that.
Well, and just the energy that you pumped into the room during this, like, sterile, mundane,
and that's the power
ceremony.
That's the power of music. It's the power of hip hop. It's like the power of creativity to me. It's like a beautiful thing that you are injecting somehow into a room. And like, to me, that's kind of always like what's fun is like, how do I go into a room of comedians and then find a way to rap to these people and have them like accept it? How is that appropriate? Like, how can I make that work?
Right.
Because there is a way.
Well, but what's so brilliant about that art form, even though it doesn't necessarily attract me all the time, but what you did was brilliant. You have to listen to it multiple times in order to get everything. Because as I'm hearing you, there's things that are resonating with me. And I'm like, oh, I got to hear this again so that I could find out what. 'Cause you said something about don't listen to what you're told and then go out there and break the mold. Or I know I'm paraphrasing.
Break free from the mold, be bold, and make a statement you won't achieve. If you only dream, set a goal and chase it. Your fate won't change if you don't take reign. You'll go insane if you rely on hope to succeed, and just dream. Give that dream some affirmation. Which, by the way, these are all like bullet points of things I'm supposed to be saying throughout the speech, which makes it even better.
Yeah. So you're like, I'm gonna wrap this. I'm just gonna wrap this. You know.
Yeah.
And then the interviews, like talking about like double second interview or whatever. I was like, fuck, I was there. It's like, so you're a storyteller, and that is what rap is.
That's what I think is so cool. Is that's what you can do.
But like, that's what's missing in the landscape right now.
Yeah, and I think like it's up to people to just bring that back into the public consciousness. I think because I think what I really think is like it's kind of like rock music, where rock music just got the privilege of being called all these different subgenres, and that never happened with rap. So everybody just calls everything rap and hip hop.
But that's also
it's a million.
That's
different
also
things.
a death sentence, though.
Yeah, because
coming
now,
from the rock world, that's a death sentence.
Why?
Because you to say that you're a rock band, they think that you're going to be loud. Then you have to call yourself a southern rock band or a blues rock band. If you're going to play rock, you have to have some kind of, prefix or suffix on it.
Interesting.
To sell them that you're not just going to go in there and.
Because they don't know what rock means.
Well, they know what rock means. It's loud. It's going to be loud. And we.
So what do you say? Alternative rock?
No, I mean we are definitely
Blues rock.
We are blues rock for sure. I that's what I try to get us to bill us as, but we and that is where our roots are is in the blues. But truly, we call our bass player. A shout out to Jerry Bussey, one of the best bass players around, most loyal guy in the world. He's been with us since the beginning. He used to call it dinosaur rock.
Oh.
Because he was like, this is stuff that our dads listened to. This is stuff that, and the thing about the band itself, the Capra Brothers, we've been together for 20 years, and we always argued over what the style was going to be, but we always agreed on AC/DC. And that was heavily influenced by the blues. Yeah. So once we heard that that's where they were influenced, we dug into those influences. So we started listening to Muddy Waters or, Buddy Guy and all of those great blues artists in order to find out how to backtrack. And, but even calling yourself a blues rock band or a rock blues band, it's still hard because we're not quite bluesy enough yet to, the blues guys aren't going to like us. But, sometimes we try to call it Southern rock, but then they expect it to be more country.
Yeah.
Where the genre of country itself is turning to be more pop rock music.
Right? Yeah.
All of it is pop rock, and
Even
now
like rap.
there's,
Country's
and
turning
now
into
there's
rap.
elements of rap that are getting into it, which is really surprising. To
I don't
me.
even know how to feel about that.
I don't feel about it.
You're right.
It doesn't make me feel anything.
Yeah. It seems commercially viable to me.
Absolutely, because the whole point of country music, and this is my opinion. This is not scripture. And I know nothing. I'm just a fucking guy with sunglasses.
Nah, music is music, if you ask me too. So it's not like I'm writing this
Yes, but there's
off.
also I love all genres of music, but every genre of music, just like a genre of a movie,
Yeah.
has a point.
Yeah.
Now, the point of country music to me, and I'd like to know your opinion on this.
Okay.
The point of country music to me is to lay back. It's laying back and it's being patriotic.
Well, how about all those country songs where it's like the classic country and it's a storytelling song where it's like a female singer and she's like talking about you left me so broken.
Yeah.
And it's like, damn, like it just you cry your heart out type of song. Like
But
that's
it-
not necessarily that, right?
Well, but
It's
no,
not like
but it's an
patriotic.
it's an emotion though.
Yeah.
Because all the genres are an emotion, and
Yeah.
I'd say that country music, the emotion that it tries to perceive, is that sense of space.
Yeah.
Of being out in the country.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
mostly acoustic, strumming,
'Cause
and
that's-
it's
yeah.
either and the sadness that she sings about often sounds very. It sounds alone.
Yeah.
It sounds like there's not a whole lot going on around.
Yeah,
her.
yeah. It's not overproduced.
And it's not overproduced. Well, now it is.
Now it is.
And that's how you know that it's bullshit.
Yeah.
And what makes
I don't like the sound of modern country.
no, neither do I. And
Yeah.
and then
I mean, all you have to do is listen to classic country and you're like, what happened?
Right.
That's what happens. You listen to classic country, you're like, this is amazing.
I'm
this
like,
is
oh,
timeless.
I like this. And then
Yeah.
it almost sounds more like folk music.
Yeah, exactly.
And
yeah.
then what ends up happening is you combine the rap element to it and
rock.
and
Put
rock.
all this rock stuff in there.
And just how I was describing the genre of country music, the genre of rap music, the emotion and the soul of that is urban. It's the complete opposite of country.
Yeah.
There's a grittiness to it and there's a rawness to it. Even when country artists are singing about heartbreak or they're singing about something dark, there's still a brightness to it. There's still because they see the sun, they see the stars, they have space to breathe and think. Where rap music is real urban, there isn't space to think. It's surrounded by chaos. It's real raw and soulful.
Yeah.
So to put those contrasting genres together is so commercial. I think that it's bullshit, and anybody that hears it on the radio should turn it off right away.
And they've been doing it for a while. This has been an ongoing.
Well, I wouldn't know because I just don't listen to it. I don't surround myself with it.
I mean, I think some people are being genuine. Like, I think like a Post Malone, he's just genuinely a fan.
He's just
of
an
both.
artist.
Yeah, but he's like, he gets caught in the crossfire in this battle because he just actually is like a country and hip hop artist. But then you get all these other people. Also, another one I should say is like, I think Jelly Roll, he's kind of the same, where he does country and rap. So he probably is being genuine. But then I think you get these people where it's like literally a country artist like Keith Urban making a rap song. And to me,
Is that happening?
Yeah, that's where we're at now. That's what I'm saying.
I'm so happy that
That's
I
different.
live in a world that I didn't know that existed.
They're just doing rap.
Well, and the problem is people like Post Malone and people like Jelly Roll. Post Malone is a very raw performer, so I really do I really do enjoy watching him perform.
Yeah.
I do sometimes see. I question whether or not he is making those choices, or if the record companies are telling him what to do.
Yeah, and at a certain point with success, it becomes hard to tell with anybody. It's like how calculated can they be?
But with Jelly Roll, right off the bat, nothing but just a shill, just a total somebody. Anybody who thinks that his story is of luck, from an artistic standpoint, I can't think of somebody who has been taken advantage of more.
Why?
Because they found a story.
Okay.
You ever watch American Idol?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a billion years ago I did.
Yeah.
And in the last...
Back when Simon was cool.
Yeah. I don't know if I like it.
That was terrible.
Yeah. And Randy's like...
People are crying.
Man, I don't know what you're talking about, Simon. That's terrific.
It was a pig's ass.
Yeah.
Randy, don't lie to them.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about, Paula. What do you mean? He was perfect.
He's nice now. Like, I feel like it's kind of frustrating watching him be nice because he used to be such an asshole.
Nah, he's a prick still.
And he's still a prick. No, but he's a prick, but he's like, you can tell he's reining it in. Because back then, he was actually bullying people on TV. Now he doesn't go as far as bullying. He'll just say, no.
He's very aware
he
of
reels
his...
it in now.
He's very aware of his...
You ever see the clip of him on Top Gear where he's calling him ugly? He's like, oh, you're like, he's basically like talking shit to the other guy, and he's just bullying him. It's like,
I haven't seen that clip.
That is wild. Because I think he's like projecting his like cosmetic insecurities onto this other dude, and the other dude's like, no, I don't really care, and he's like, no, you're gonna be so ugly.
Which he clearly has, by the way. They just released a documentary about him that was that he was the executive producer of, and you could tell he clearly was like, I want to craft a documentary around me, and I want it to look like someone else made it, and so they did. And you see his Botox, and you see them in his like own bathroom, and his wife is like, "Are you ready to go yet?" And he's like, "Darling, please." And it's like he's in his stupid shirt.
Yeah.
He's in his stupid like V-neck shirt, and like they're doing makeup. I'm like, he looks the fucking same as he did before. Like, what is he putting all this time into?
Yeah, it's kind of sad.
Yeah, it's like that's how. Then you think about it. Does success do that to people? It's like, I don't want to be that guy either.
I think more so what I would say is it probably exaggerates everything that already
and that's
exists.
his whole point. Is he wants people to think that's his life, and I'm sure there's elements of it that are exaggerated.
Well, I mean, fame like gives you the opportunity to exaggerate that stuff, though. It's like he probably has always had that within him.
Oh, for sure.
But now he's just so famous.
Yeah,
and
he
been
could do
famous
whatever
for
the hell he
so
wants.
long. It's all just like coming out over time. It's just, he can't even help but to express it. He's making a whole film about himself.
Right.
It's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, it is very funny.
Like, dude.
I didn't see myself watching it. My fiance put it on. I was like, I'll watch this for a few minutes, then I'm going to walk out here. I watched the whole damn thing.
The Simon Cowell doc.
It was so funny. I was like...
Unintentionally, though.
Unintentionally funny. If you want to watch an unintentionally funny documentary, watch the Simon Cowell one. It is so unintentionally hilarious. I love it. But the reason we were talking about Simon Cowell is because of American Idol.
Yes.
And the reason I was talking about American Idol is because they, like in the last week of the contest, there was always a story attached to the last two. And it's like, it was always, my mom always loved when I sang, and she's not here anymore. And then they show a picture of the guy's fucking mom with her glasses, and she's in the kitchen or some shit. And they'd humanize this story, and then everybody would feel bad for that guy, and they'd want to vote for that guy because they were selling this story.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're fucking doing with Jelly Roll. They took this fat ass out of jail. He was like, yo, I could like rap. And they're like, okay, well, let's listen to all the shit you did before you got locked up, bro. And then they're like, listen, this is perfect because we could kind of blend him in with the country, we could kind of blend him in with the rap, and we could sell this fucking asshole who just like went through this tough ass shit and then rose to fame. And Jelly Roll was like, you hear him bitch and he's like, man, my contract ain't all that good. You should see, we get 3% of this. I'm like, you know what, you fat fuck. And then now he's not fat anymore. So what's the point of calling? So that's even more so. I'm like, you abandon. I want you to answer me this really quick. Who the fuck is going to go to prison, get out, get a record contract, and abandon their rap identity?
Well, actually, you could argue it's an evolution, because I think like being the
if somebody says fuck you, he was out of prison for like a month.
No, but
he's only been around a couple of years. There ain't time for that kind of evolution. Wait. Come on.
I'm not talking about the prison part. I'm only talking about like the fat to skinny part, because I feel like that is like, it's like what Lizzo did. Like you could change the story arc to like, oh, now no longer.
I don't care that he's not fat anymore. That doesn't bother me.
No, but I just mean
he got healthy. That's great. That's not what pisses me off is from the beginning.
Oh, just the whole thing.
Out of jail.
Who else?
Out of jail. And maybe this isn't true. Maybe I'm being a foil hatter, foil underwear.
No, you
now.
might be on. Well, it's the industry. It's the industry plan argument.
It's
the same.
I think that the record company got him right in the perfect time when he was vulnerable enough where he needed a job, an income, and he had a story that the record company could sell, and then he had people write music for him or assist him in the music that he writes. And
so to be fair, I've never really listened to his music,
and neither have I, if I'm going to be completely honest, which really truly makes my opinion irrelevant.
You've done a lot of research.
We covered one song of his. I forget the fucking name of it, because that's what pissed me off so much about it was as I was learning the song. I only talk to God when I need. I only talk to God when I need a favor, I think.
Yeah.
I Need a Favor, I think is the name of the song, the fucking stupid song.
Okay.
And it's acoustic guitar, and it's pure country. It's pure country, pure pop rock, pop country. And the way it is manufactured, and there's no soul, there's no personality, there's no pain. You hear the grit in his voice, sure, but any motherfucker that's been smoking cigarettes for the last 25 years has grit in their voice. So that don't do anything. And so to me, stupid people see this guy. And they take him, and they're like, "Wow, this is a role model for me. Wow, look at all he's been through. I'm feeling heaviness in my heart. This is gonna be my role model."
Yeah,
I disagree with that. I disagree with that because nothing he's doing is authentic. And granted, he does a lot of charity work. Granted, he does a lot of giving back. And I love the guy. I love the guy.
But the art,
I don't like
his
the art, and I don't like what the industry did to him.
Yeah.
And I feel like if he had full, complete say over what he wanted to make, produce, and write, he would be 10 times, 100 times the artist that everybody sees right now.
Well, and I think that it's like a disheartening thing, because I think what happens with a lot of people is they just think they're supposed to do that. Like, I think especially now, I just hate the way that content has even trained people. Like, now you're trained to find like a thing, like make a stupid 15-second video, and then if it's like a thing that catches, just repeat yourself a million times. That's a terrible message to send to people, because that's not creative. Like, what's creative is like creating and then translating that into this medium, and not like creating for that medium. Now you're doing something else. And so like, to me, it's just, I feel like we're in this weird world where people aren't as genuinely creative. Like, they're creating with a different context, and they lose that timelessness of it, because I think you're going to look back at all that type of stuff, and it'll just look like when you make a music for a TikTok sound, like when you start doing shit like that where you're trying to think, oh, that's not catchy, like, are kids going to listen to this on loop? Like, that's a terrible fucking thing to think. That's like, I feel like I would want to just end my life if I started thinking about music that way.
It comes down to what is the intention.
And to me, it's like you're losing it though, because you're losing like what you're doing when you're making art is it's this grand thing where you can do anything. It's like a paint. It's like you're painting, and it's a canvas, and you can do anything you want, because that's what's beautiful about this thing is it's yours. And so as soon as you start to not think that way, you're losing something, because you're already thinking, what are they going to think, and how are people going to interpret this?
Oh yeah,
and
you've already lost half the battle.
Yeah, now you're just literally putting up roadblocks for yourself immediately, and I think that's just a terrible way to think about it. And I think that's how everybody thinks about everything now, because everything's about like, oh, well, what are people going to think, and you have to find a thing and do the same thing, and you have to catch people, and there's all this bullshit that you're trained to do, and I think that's terrible, because it's like that's not what creative people do. Creative people want to do the other thing that no one else is doing, so they look at that and they go, oh, I don't want to do what everybody else is doing.
Yeah.
And that becomes this problem, because now you have all these creative people who don't want to do what everybody else is doing, but they have to do what everybody else is doing because it's the only way.
But do you have to do what everyone else is doing?
No, but yes, because I think like you have to. I think creativity limitation breeds creativity. Like I think the limitations of like the medium that we have now creates creativity, but that's what it is. How do you be different than everyone else in this medium? And then you have to figure that out. And I think it's just like what you'll see is like there's creative people who aren't necessarily like PR agents. There's creative people who just don't do social media. But when you meet them and you see them do their thing, you're like, oh my God, like you're amazing.
Yeah, the body of work.
But it's not like they're fucking a PR agent, and everybody's their own PR agent now, who just has to fucking be on if they want to like have people know who they are beyond their immediate circle. And so that to me, that's what's interesting, is that that's just how the world is. You're supposed to do all this stuff, but that's actually not the same thing as like creativity. You could be really, really good at whatever the thing is you do. You just don't know how to put it on this stupid fucking block. And that's the problem.
Well, our bass player, Jerry, who I was talking about earlier, said something to me. He didn't direct it towards me, but it really resonated with me. He said, he was talking about a buddy of his who was the most talented guy he knew.
Yeah.
He goes, he's the most talented guy I know, but he's the most unorganized guy and he'll never get anywhere.
And it kind of like, it's those people who tend to be the most creative and talented.
And that's exactly what he said. And then it like the world stopped for a second for me. I was like, I struggle with organization. Like that's my biggest thing is because there's so many moving parts to so many, when you're working on anything, a film or an album, or even putting together a live show. It's like there's all these moving elements, and it's like, so to be able to have the focus to multitask, it's like it's hard, and you need that's why you need a good team. You need a good group of people,
or even like a good like pattern. Like I think like once you start to find a structure to that, like my thing, I feel like is making things like replicable. Like if you can find like a way that something makes sense. Like I wouldn't. One of the reasons I'm so hesitant to evolve per se, like a podcast like this too much, is what makes it so easily replicable is all I got to do is I have a super open schedule and I can just invite people in all the time, just hit 2 buttons and go. Whereas like as soon as you start to introduce more things and try to make something perfect, you're actually putting limitations on it, because now you have to like jump through all these hoops. Like, you know, it's way different if you say I'm only available on Sundays. Now it's like a completely different thing you're saying to somebody. Where it's
but
so there's like so many things that happen.
When somebody answers you like that, doesn't it let you know that you're dealing with a person who values the art form differently than you do?
What do you mean?
Like where it's not as much of a priority to them?
If they said only Sundays?
Yeah, I'm only available Sundays.
No, but because I think that would just mean that you could say value it differently. I mean, I guess you could use those terms, but I would say like what I would mean by value differently is like they're just doing something different. Like the philosophy is different. Like they are trying to make something where they're bringing a bunch of people together, or they're doing that. I mean, to me, that's what the reason for one, this is my whole life essentially. I basically planned my life around my podcast. Like if I had kids and I know I'm unrealistic. Like if I don't expect other people to do
industry,
that.
Right.
Because I'm telling you, I just send like a wide open availability. Like it's literally like my next
and that's
3
what I really
weeks.
liked. And that's how I knew you were the real deal, because you were like, here's all the availability. Let's lock this in right now.
Yeah.
And
yeah, it makes a difference.
That when you're doing the first couple conversations, those are the most important, just to lock it in right away, because people forget about it, or people don't get back to you. And so in one sense, I take back what I said, because in one way, somebody might respond to you that way because they have a lot going on, and maybe it's a great guest that you're going to have or something. And
or like, say there's a comedian coming to town who knows how many days he's going to be around.
And there's limited availability.
Yeah.
But somebody who is just starting out, or somebody who has, only a few thousand followers, or somebody who's in the sense of building, and in that stage of their career where they're building, they should be, I think, like, I want to get back right away. You get back right away and do the date as soon as you've been reached out to.
Yeah.
Because there's so many times opportunities have slipped because you've waited too long. And even if you're like, you book something a month out, that's still not promised. Something could come along and they could find a better guest and you get bumped, or whatever. That happens. So I'm like, I want to make sure I'm there. I want to make sure. But, I want this is my lifestyle, and other people, and I have a problem drawing boundaries in every aspect of my life, not just creatively, but with my family and everything. So I have no boundaries, and I guess I don't suggest everybody lives that way, but I will say it has gotten results. The best way to
not
get
having
results,
boundaries?
Creatively.
Yeah.
Like where, as an actor, hey, do this, and it's not up to me to be like, oh, I'm uncomfortable with this.
Right.
Here's my I hate actors, and here's why: because they think that the character they're portraying on screen is a representation of who they are as a person.
Right.
At least that's with shitty actors and young actors.
Yeah.
And where it's so hard to find. It's so hard to find at this stage of when you're trying to build an ensemble. Because I like working with the same people all the time.
Uh-huh.
And the biggest problem is that they go, oh, I wouldn't, I don't like, I'm like, well, this is a hypothetical. Say you were cast to be a rapist.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be a rapist.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to play a rapist.
Yeah. But those exist.
But they do exist.
Yeah.
And the character of a rapist in a scene, if the actor gives it the weight that it needs, then you're telling the story. The actor's job is to be a blank canvas for the director to paint on.
Of course.
And to always come in with ideas and to be adaptable. The problem with the actors is they go to school and they see plays and they remember their lines, and in their heads all of this is supposed to go this certain way, and they memorize the lines, and then they get into the scene and it's not what you have been doing in your room by yourself.
Yeah.
That's why when I was in the theater, I never memorized my lines, and that's why everybody hated me. But
You were your Marlon Brando there?
no,
like,
I'm
just
not.
put it on
I
the
am not nearly
lampshade.
that good. But I was a prick, and anybody that did live theater with me, anytime from high school through the last play I did, which was The Odd Couple, they absolutely it was. But they knew that going into it. I always struggled to memorize the lines because I would be in my room and I would be going through them, and then like homework, I'd have my mom or my brother looking at the script and reading it back and forth, and I'd be pacing the floor and I'd be thinking about the words. But once I got to school and rehearsal, and once the scene was set up, and once the chairs were there, and once the blocking was made, and I knew where to move, I wasn't thinking about words on a page. I was thinking about this scene, and I was thinking about the emotions of what needed to happen. And so there'd come a point where I'd stop, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't remember my line. And I always knew that once the lights go on and the audience is there, the audience didn't read the fucking script.
Yeah.
And so to me, in high school, I had no regard for the playwrights. They were old men who had their plays done over and over again. There was no disservice I was doing to them. We were putting on their show, and I was like, how do we make this ours? Or how do I make this mine? But eventually, I that was my strength and my weakness as an actor, because it got to be my senior year of high school, and I was the lead in the play, and it was the week of the show, and I still didn't know my lines. And the director came in. He came into my first hour class, and he pulled me out into the hallway, and he said, "If you don't know your lines in 3 days, I'm literally pulling you from the show." And we got our act together, and I learned my lines for the most part. And what ended up happening, the show was, I hate for the rant and all that, but the show was called Tom, Dick, and Harry, and it was about 3 brothers, and it was a farce. And the house was the short of it is, the house is supposed to be clean, and some lady's coming to look at it.
Okay.
And when the lady shows up, the house is not clean. And they're hiding a dead body in the couch. And in the second act, the couch is supposed to open up. And then you see the dead body and all that. Well, in the first act, the couch was being controlled with a magnet by remote control. So when the director hit the button, the couch would open up.
Right.
In the middle of the first act, the director went to the bathroom, and he had the remote in his hand. And he didn't realize that it went out of range for the gag on the stage. And the couch opened up in the first act when it was supposed to not open up for another 45 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So then, it didn't fucking matter what the script said. And we literally, we remembered what was supposed to happen and how, but we improvised our way through the whole thing, and we got the other actors on stage. And then once we got everything set and hit that intermission, they figured out all the technical difficulties, and the director came back there, and he came up to me and he was like, "You know what, you son of a bitch, I know that you didn't know your lines, but if you weren't where you were an improviser, we wouldn't have been able to get through that."
Yeah.
And so it was a love-hate thing, and I remember him being like, "You're a piece of shit, but you pulled it off still," and that's high school. In my 20s, I got my acting chops in the theater.
Okay. You used to live in New York, yeah?
I spent 2 years in New York.
Okay.
In my mid-20s. So
and where'd you get your acting chops? Was that not New York?
No. So I grew up in Chicago.
Okay.
And then my dad hated the Chicago public school system, so we moved out to Mount Prospect in the early 2000s.
Okay.
And
that's where was that at?
Mount Prospect, I'd say it's maybe about a half hour outside of the city.
Oh, okay.
It's in one of the northwest suburbs.
I gotcha.
It had a really good school system, and my uncle had a house out there that the family didn't need anymore, and so he helped set us up to move out to this nicer neighborhood in the suburbs. And my dad remodeled the whole thing. It was unlivable, and my dad just with his bare hands remodeled the entire interior of the house. And so we were in between the city and the burbs for a while, and then all of a sudden he had it all done. He recarpeted and did all the painting of the walls, and replaced the doors all on his own. And he's just my dad's a brilliant craftsman.
Okay.
And so when we moved out to the burbs, that was when the school was right down the street from the house, and that's when I was able to first get a chance to do theater. And it's actually really funny because I had a problem. Not a problem. I wasn't interested in socializing with my classmates. I wasn't interested in socializing with kids my age. I spent all of my time on the playground with the lady, Miss Kathy Peterson, with the whistle around her neck. And I would stand next to her and we would talk about this, because I never had cable growing up, so I watched I Love Lucy and the Munsters and Mama's Family, like all of this old television, and it was all the stuff that she watched when she was growing up. So it was almost like two 40-year-olds having a conversation on the playground. And then she's like, and I was like, oh, I've always wanted to be in a play. I've always wanted to do theater. And so, this was before everybody had a computer or anything. She brought me a newspaper clipping, and she clipped it out, and I still have it. And it was an audition notice in downtown Mount Prospect. They were doing Roger and Hammerstein's Oklahoma. And, I was just a little kid. I didn't think anything that I was going to make it, but I was like, I want to do it. I had to learn a song. My first audition song was Me and My Gal from the musical Me and My Gal. And then I made it. I made my first audition.
Nice.
And at first that was really cool until I started producing community theater, and I realized that they pretty much take everybody, because each actor that's a part of it pays $100, and that not only pays the production but also pays the director and the producers and all that. So I wouldn't say it was because of my talent. It was because
pyramid scheme.
They needed my $100. But hey, my hat's off to them if they're still working or whatever. It was fun though. It was fun to be in a musical, and so that's where I stayed in musical theater from 4th grade, pretty much through high school, and but right around junior year of high school, I was like, I want to do something else. So I really fell in love with improv, and I was strictly an improv comic.
Okay.
Doing improv with different groups. I love doing it here in Chicago. I got more work doing improv in New York because there's not as much of it there. So we were playing 4 times a week. It was really, really fun. And at the Pit. The Pit was where we played.
I guess Chicago is kind of an improv city.
It's the mecca for the art form, absolutely. And then, I was always interested in film. We were always shooting something in between live shows, and what I noticed was that the live shows are gone. They die, and nobody could see them if they can't make them. And so now I kind of use the stage to keep my acting chops sharp, but always my main focus is on film, and to be a filmmaker and to act on film. And I also don't, I feel like I will pierce through the industry in an unconventional way, because that's, anytime I had success in the past, it was in an unconventional way.
Yeah.
And so I like writing my own movies. I like writing parts for myself. It may not be the lead part. It may just be like the waiter or whatever, but I like writing things for me. And then also I love writing for other people. So if I see, that's the great thing about the Kino guys, is that all of them, they have this family and they write for each other, and they all have this same aesthetic that they're looking for. And even the Gobblehead series is just so fun and campy and colorful and just fucking wild, to say the least. Right. It's like they kind of reminded me not to take yourself and not to take the art form so seriously, and to put your whole heart into it. That all the little details that you love about movies matter, and that's what I really admire about their work. But that's why I just want to focus on film, and I want to continue to grow on that as I did as an actor. Yeah. I feel like I spent the first 20 years of my life trying to figure out how to be an actor, and now that I feel like I have that down in my 30s, get my filmmaking skills down. And I've been directing for years too. I was a theater director for a real long time. I was an acting teacher, improv teacher, and right now though we're releasing our first horror film that we just completed, and we're submitting it to festivals. It's called Don't Call Me Baby.
Okay.
And it's by far the best thing I've done yet.
What makes it the best?
Well, first and foremost, it's the premiere film for Warwick Motion Pictures. Yeah, which is I co-founded with a buddy of mine, Zach Scher. And so Warwick Motion Pictures were trying to just make as many films as possible, and to just keep making them and have a level of quality and consistency throughout it as well. So it isn't only about quantity, it's also about quality. But if you don't set timelines and if you don't whip yourself in the back a little bit, then shit gets made. You make one thing, then 3 years later you make another, and that's kind of where I was at. I was like looking at my timeline. I was like, 2018, 2019, and I'm like, there's a big gap here. I think it's time to make something. And I also, being that the improv troupe that I was with was who I filmed with a lot. And since we disbanded, I didn't have that ensemble cast anymore. So I was really starting from ground zero.
Yeah.
And I thought in the past I've always looked for a performance partner, and maybe I should be looking for a partner who does something else. And so I had met Zach years ago at a logistics company. We were coworkers, but he was an excellent photographer. Mm-hmm. And I was like, how come you've never gotten into film? And we lost contact when I moved to New York, and he started getting into film, and he started taking it seriously, and he launched his own drone business, Fast Wing Aerial, which they shoot excellent commercial work and works for shoots for real estate marketing and any marketing or social media needs. Like he's excellent at it, and he's got a really good instinct for framing. And when he's on his feet, he moves really well. A lot of the guys I've worked with in the past, all of them, I make sure that the DPs are great photographers before they're good filmmakers. Because if you could do photography and you know how to frame it up, then the movement is all in your instincts. And so the guys I was working with in the past always wanted to talk out the shots and how everything was going to look and all. And Zach and I, it was just kind of cosmic. He came up with, we were just talking about the modern landscape and what we like and don't like about the movies we're seeing and the people that we've worked with and what we wanted to build. Uh-huh. And, in conversation, he came up with this idea, and he was like, but I don't know the first thing about writing a movie. And I said, well, you let me, just get the ideas on paper. And this paper means nothing, and we're just gonna make it until it's something. Huh. So something that should have been shot in 3 days, we shot in 12 days. we reshot, rewrote, like all on the fly. Okay. But it's absolutely beautiful the way that it's shot. Yeah. And it's about, and we wanted to find a way. There's no female horror villains. There's akin to Freddy Krueger or Jason Voorhees, or
like a
you
mythology.
Have The Exorcist, or you have the girl from The Ring, and there's all these, but there's no like trilogy or like story to really get into. And so we were trying to think, because at first when we were talking about writing, it was like, I'm this big guy, and it's like, okay, you could be the villain. It's like that would be easy. And so we were like, I think a big fat guy chasing a pretty little chick is not going to sell in the modern market right now.
Yeah.
I was like, I think the world I was like, so what does the world need right now? And this was the conversation I had with Zach, and he said, we need a female character akin to Freddy Krueger or Jason or Michael Myers. He's like, and what is that?
Yeah.
And so my first thing was, oh, fuck it. I don't know any female actresses, and I don't know, and it's going to be hard to find somebody who's going to take on a sexual bloody project.
Yeah.
And so as we were laughing, he one of us says, I don't remember who it was, and it doesn't matter. One of us goes like, "Oh yeah, we'll be on set," and they'll be like, "Oh, don't call me baby, please." And that's where we came up with the name for the film. I was like, this is it.
Oh,
and
really?
we both kind of, it was like the lights all went on. We were like, that's the name. And then we were like, and her name is Baby. And we laid out the structure where,
I kind of figured the whole thing comes from the name just because of the way that it's structured. That's funny that the name doesn't come first.
Yeah.
The name is what makes the movie.
Well, right. And
but it does.
Again, unconventionally is how we made it. And
funny.
What was the best part about it is we did a private screening before we sent it off to the festivals.
Yeah.
And an old lady came up to us who was a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend. So I had no idea who she was. Zach had no idea who she was. And she said, you know what?
She was a vampire, probably.
Right. I don't want to spoil the ending of the film because it is worth watching. Don't Call Me Baby. It's on YouTube right now. Warwick Motion Pictures. You got to check it out. But she came up to us afterwards, and her name was Bambi.
Yeah.
And she was a real old lady, and I was worried about what she was going to say about the picture because she's an old lady, and it's this bloody splatter film. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she goes, I think every single rape victim should see this movie. She goes, I've never felt so, and I swear, and
Interesting interpretation.
Hand to the sun, I never thought that would be the reaction that we would get from it.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see what the festivals have to say about it.
Interesting, because that's like an interpretation you wouldn't have even put out into the world.
We wanted to empower women. We didn't imagine that it would do that, though.
Yeah.
And that it defied the age group. Because the demographic that we were selling to wasn't some lady in her 60s or 70s. And the fact that she was able to connect with it made us think that we were onto something. So we're really interested in, once it does the run at the festivals and all that, to really build the world. We really want to build on the world when it's the right time.
It's kind of proof of concept to you in a sense.
So I think it stands alone just fine, but it's also very, very dense with details because I always send before we post or something, I always send a draft to the producer that did the two films I did in New York, because she is the only person. Shout out to Shannon Kendall. I love you, Shan, my favorite blonde. She's the only person in the industry who came up to me and said, make whatever you want, and we're gonna make it happen.
Okay.
And she'll be like, don't worry about this and don't worry about that. I've got it covered. And she has movies, streaming on platforms, and she's really successful in the industry. But I sent it to her, and she talked about all of those little details, all the density that's in there, and she's like, "Well, what?" And so what? She goes, "What's going to happen with this?" Or if my family and friends, they're like, "Okay, so when is the next one?" Or what? Because the fact that the audience sees a future in this story means that we're doing something right. So I'm really proud of it. And maybe some folks won't like it because it isn't for everybody, and it's wacky is the best way to describe it. And we just wanted something that was going to be entertaining and bloody. And at the end of the day, they always told us that sex sells or blood sells. So we thought that bloody sex is going to sell the best.
Bloody sex, yeah.
Yeah.
And the world's been waiting for it. I mean, we haven't had like a good like gory like villain movie in a long, like even just a movie that leans into gore. I mean, I guess Terrifier is doing it. Terrifier's kind of proof of concept for this whole thing,
and that's exactly
kind of exactly what you're doing. That's what they did. They started with like a basic character that's just a horror character, and now they're fleshing out the character.
And Zach is a huge Terrifier fan.
It's interesting how they did it,
and he introduced, because I'm not really a horror guy.
Yeah.
I always shot comedies, and I knew the similarities between the two genres, and I knew that I could do it, and I wanted to do something different. But Zach showed me all three Terrifier films, and just the way that he talked about it, he's like, I want to make something like this. And even Art the Clown is the next Freddy Krueger. He is the next, and they also don't take themselves too seriously, and it's done in such a campy yet dignified way, the way they do Terrifier. But that was the exact blueprint that Zach wanted.
Because it works. It is tried and true at this point. I
Absolutely.
mean, like, and the idea of flipping it and doing it with a female villain is almost like a new twist on that.
Yeah, and that's what I love about working with Zach, is that he always has these. I'm very old school. I love old cinema, black and white. My favorite movie is The Wizard of Oz. So it's like I like anything.
Hey, that's only like 30% black and white guy. All right, come on. Doesn't count.
But anything from like the mid to late 30s, to like the mid like 2000s, are the movies that I like, those early black and white flicks.
Yeah.
But Zach always has a new sleek way, because he loves the vintage and retro look, and he has this way of kind of cleaning up the mess that I make, where it looks too vintage or too stylized, and he's like, no, this looks clean, and he cleans up my mess a little bit. And he's always good to roll with the punches, and that's why the film worked, because him and I were patient with each other through the whole thing, and there were long nights, and when you could shoot something in 3 nights and you end up spending 12 nights on it.
What made it take so long?
Better was that's what Zach said. Better is the only option.
Okay.
He said if we're going to put the time and effort into this, we want it to be right. So there was a scripted scene in the car, and the dialogue wasn't hitting right, and it wasn't portraying emotion again.
Towards the beginning?
In the middle of the film, right?
Okay.
When Baby and Joey get into the car and they're talking, that exchange that they have before they make their deal, and it wasn't jiving. So we literally, I wrote the scene on my phone that day at work, and I shot it to him, and I was like, well, what do you think of this? And and then he sent it to Anna Reed, who played Baby, who was tailor-made for the part. We wrote the part for her. Nobody else could play it other than Anna Reed, who was also very patient with us and was along for the ride, where we were building the movie as we went, kind of. We knew where it was going to go. We didn't know how we were going to get there, though. And I don't recommend that for anybody. It was production hell. We learned a lot, and we learned how to do the next picture in a more efficient way. I forget what the point I was trying to make.
Writing it on the spot.
Yeah, as we were writing, I sent him the scene. He sent it to Miss Reed, she said it was fine. He approved it. And that night, I was like, can she get together tonight? And Anna was like, let's get this fucking thing done. She was like at that point where she was like, just let's get this goddamn thing done. And so we're like, please, we need just one more night, one more take.
Yeah.
And so she came out and we reshot it, and it ended up being what it is now, and we're a lot happier with it. The lighting is better. It makes more sense with the story, and we're going to eventually release all that stuff. We don't believe in holding content back. We're going to do a little BTS short doc, just like with some bloopers and outtakes and some of the behind-the-scenes stuff, because we like to show people how the movies are made, because that's what's fun about it.
Yeah.
And we want people our age, or people who are at the same stage of their career as I am or you, I want them to see it, and I want them to want to get involved.
I mean, that's another thing Kino crew does pretty well.
They do.
It's like,
They're
at least
great
with their
networkers.
social media, they're really good at like just posting all the behind the scenes stuff and turning that stuff into like something that's interesting. Like, oh, look at how we did the prosthetics here, or look at how we did this here. Because it's like
love
what you
that
just
about
said.
them.
I mean, like, I think people don't realize the power it has to show people that kind of stuff.
That's art too.
Yeah,
That's also an art form.
exactly, and it inspires people in a whole different way than and it gets people looking at your film. Just I mean, even just with that, they might not have heard of it otherwise, and that could be the entry point where they're gonna dive in from. Oh, what's this? What are they doing prosthetics for? And you never know what it is. So it is like that stuff too, where
Right.
there's a million ways to promote a film, and one of the easiest is just turn a camera on when you're doing the other things. I mean, they figured that out in Hollywood a long time ago.
Yeah, just have a BTS camera going.
Yeah,
you
and
know?
like sometimes those are like there's documentaries about the making of films that are better than the films sometimes.
Yeah.
So-
and, sometimes I struggle with that too, because I'm like, well, the movie was 10 minutes. You can't have the blooper reel or the doc be 20 minutes.
You're right.
So it's like I always try to make sure that it's
more of an experience.
that it's half the length of what the film was.
I mean, it probably doesn't matter either way, to be honest.
No,
it probably
because nobody's
doesn't
really
matter.
watching that shit.
And even if who's keeping score? You
Yeah.
know, is somebody really?
And,
it kind of just the more the merrier, if you ask me.
and-
'Cause maybe somebody will really like those bloopers you cut out.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the funniest part to
Yeah,
somebody.
they might.
You never know.
If somebody likes it enough, I want it to be there for them to. I was always criticized. Everybody always said that it was self-indulgent to do the blooper reel.
Oh no. Yeah, people just don't know what they're talking about. Because I mean, I feel like I've always been, and this is just something that I think society's come around on. Like, it's a thing now. Someone explained this to me, and I'll never forget it. It was Jason Melton, and he was on this show, and he was telling me that it's like people are interested in the meta of things now. Everything's about like the story behind the thing. Nothing is about like the thing itself anymore.
Right.
It's always about, oh, well, you want to know the actor because the actor's dating so and so, and you all want to know about this movie because they made it in this place, and it's about it's not just like the thing. It's about, oh, you got to know everything about the thing and the way the thing was made and the story behind the thing. And if it's a celebrity, you got to know everything about their life and their personal life and what's happening in their life. It's not about the thing that they contribute to society, whatever art it is. It's like the person themselves. And it's like, in a way, that's cool, I guess, because you're interested, you want to get to know things.
You're drawing authenticity in
But
a
it's
very
different.
in a very inauthentic way.
Yeah.
And I mean,
It's
I
weird.
guess that's what I like about Quentin Tarantino films, because he takes casting really seriously. He want, and then the same thing with, I know it's a little dated by now, but that's what I love about anything that Vince Gilligan makes.
Yeah.
Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. I think Tarantino and Gilligan both take casting as serious as the writing.
Yeah.
Because they want to make things interesting, And then even, I don't know who the guys are that do A24, run that.
Somebody's curating
the Safdie
something.
brothers, I believe, is the name.
Oh yeah, well,
They also-
there's the two of them, and they broke up or something over the last year or two because they used to make movies together.
did
Now
they?
they just made two separate.
On
Like
their
one
own?
of them did the Smashing Machine with The Rock, and then the other one did the Marty Supreme with Timothy Chalamet. So it's the two different brothers made two different movies. This
So we'll have
past
to
year.
see which one who's the better director.
Oh, it's been decided. It's actually been decided by the internet
I'm in the
already.
clouds on it because I mean, I'm not a huge. Some of their stuff can get to be a little too out there for me. Just
think so?
sometimes.
I haven't seen their first one, Heaven Knows What. I haven't seen that. I've seen all the other ones. I
Yeah.
haven't seen. That's the one I haven't seen, where it's like that comes before Good Time, which comes before Uncut Gems, and that's like kind of the pattern. Yeah.
Well,
But
Uncut Gems was what drew me in,
dude.
and well, which is a great example of how they use casting as an art form. And it's
well, they do it in a way where it's kind of like a David Lynch type of casting, where they'll just bring in people who aren't even actors just because they saw something in them.
and that's what I like.
That's awesome to me. Like, I feel like I have this mentality where it's like, I'm on a camera so often. If you want me in your movie, I don't even feel like I should have to send you a reel. So I kind of it resonates with me because I'm thinking like, you should just know me. Maybe that's just the mentality I have, just like these directors. It's like that's how they're thinking. They're doing it intuitively, like, oh, I just know this person is the exact thing. It's not like I need you to send me a clip or I need you to talk for me. I just see it in you.
But
and then they have like Kevin O'Leary in their movie.
But that's like, half-assing it. So, and that's why movies, to me, this is just to me. Hopefully, everybody out there who's spending their hard-earned money to watch movies, hopefully they're enjoying them.
Yeah.
I'm not, and that's why I'm making movies, because I don't like with the movies that I'm seeing.
What's wrong with them? What's going on?
Every single one is the same thing. Everything is sterilized. Everything is trying to cater to a general audience.
Right.
Everybody wants for everyone to connect with their piece.
To the point where they don't take risks in stories anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, that's like...
It's just everything feels by the book and safe in this way. And I think like it's been a problem forever where it's like to write something commercial, it has to be commercial. So you want something to sell, you want people to fund it. There's a certain amount of selling your soul that you will see. And this has been the thing the whole time. It's not like this problem never didn't exist. But it's just so true that something happened. I think streaming might be part of it. I'm not quite sure. But there's just a dip in expectations now. And I mean, like, all you have to do is look at, like, the popular zeitgeist shows. Like, I think the end of Stranger Things was just so bad compared to the beginning of the show. But we've entered this time where, like, it's not, like, worse
What didn't you like about how Stranger Things ended?
The fact that all of the things that were important about the show were not important anymore. So it's like, if you're a fan of this, like, because this is what people say, is they'll say, oh, you didn't like it because you just didn't want to like it. But that's not what happened.
No.
A lot of people who were genuinely interested in where this story is going to go, and it's hard to end anything. So that's the problem they had from the start, is how are we going to wrap this up? And then, but the problem is, it's kind of like the Game of Thrones situation in the sense that you have two people telling you, oh, this was the plan all along, and this was like a genius master stroke ending. And then you watch it, and it just kind of feels like it's just kind of thrown together last minute. And then you get the fact that the actual writing is worse because you have this Netflix mandate thing that's literally happening in front of our eyes now.
I noticed that. I smelled it the second.
It's crazy.
The first episode of the new season, I smelled it right
They're
away.
talking to you like you aren't watching. And then they do this thing where they used to do it in the show, because I was watching clips. They have always done this, but it's so ham-fisted in the last season where, to the point where the last episode, they show you something that happened 20 minutes ago in like there'll be like a flashback, and which I hate when movies do this in general. I just think any time that you feel like you need to tell the audience, unless it's like an editing choice or it's super well done, you should never be flashing on screen something that already happened, because that means you failed the first time at establishing, and it's like a writing fuck up now.
But they do that because it was streaming, but that's what I smelled bullshit from the second.
There's so much that goes
First of
wrong.
all, they released it on Christmas when they knew everybody was going to be around with nothing to do, and so everybody
They waited till 8 p.m.
Well, that's when everybody was going to be finally tuckered out to hit the couch.
All right.
And then they did the same thing a week later.
On New Year's.
On New Year's, when they knew everybody was going to be together, and so they were trying to gain this viewership.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think it was a good
think
strat.
I am Netflix.
You're right, but I don't know if it was a good strat.
But here's the other thing, to kind of what you said, how they're two different shows by the end of it.
Yeah.
Which
should happen but it should be an evolution of the original.
The ending
idea.
didn't earn itself.
It didn't earn itself. And the thing is, there's so many things you could have done. I mean, it just feels like it's like Game of Thrones. Is people compare them because Game of Thrones, at least
That ending was bad. Like the last 2 or 3 seasons are bad. But at least it introduces stakes in the final season, and it's like, oh, this is happening, and it feels like an ending. Whereas Stranger Things doesn't even feel like an ending to me.
It felt like it kept ending, and then something insignificant was a problem as big as like a real big problem that they just solved. I'm like, why are you reacting to this smaller thing when you just got done like blowing up the whole, upside down?
There's this weird consistency.
They just kept and so what I said going into it, because I watched it with my brothers, and they're a little tougher audience than I am because
I'm a tough crowd at this point.
Because I know. I'm like, there's reasons why you like the kids look fucking 40 now. First, like, or they're in their 20s. Like they look like they're in their 20s.
Yeah.
So first things first, it's going to be hard to get that same charm because when you watch that first season, the whole thing that draws you in is that group of friends on their bikes and the fuck you or the shit, that raw grittiness of the 80s and of school and everything, which again they didn't have any. I don't hold that against it.
Yeah.
And I knew before I even watched it, and I'm sorry that we didn't record this before it came out so that you know that this actually happened. But I had the feeling that 11 was going to die at the end because all of the great shows do that.
Well, and what makes me so upset about it too is, okay, listen, nobody believes any of these stupid moments when it's like, unless you really do something crazy and kill somebody off. And this show has established itself as the show that brings in side characters just to kill them. Like you've made a joke out of it at this point. There was the first season, second season, third season. They just do it over and over.
And it's the same thing.
Yeah. And so it's like, I feel like if you want me to believe you, and then like the way that you play danger in the show is you're just being ridiculous now, because you'll have these things that kill off anybody who says anything like remotely mean. Like obviously you have these characters who are just like there to get killed or attacked by these monsters, and then you have your characters I'm supposed to care about that are just safe from everything at all times. So a woman is attacking this monster with a wine bottle. That is so ridiculous. It's like a joke. It's like an actual like SNL sketch. Like that's ridiculous.
There were a lot of moments like that.
That's so ridiculous. Like patently dumb of an idea that I had to like sit back and be like, all right, I have to watch this differently because this is not what I thought it was going to be.
Dude, literally, I'm so glad that there was no recording devices around because we talked through the entire final season.
And the first season, the reason I am so bothered is the first season was so good.
It was excellent.
It was actually
maybe
like,
even the first. What was the season where they end up in the mall?
The third.
The first 3 were, I think.
I think the problem is with the fourth one. What they fucked up is they turned it into. They wanted a Freddy Krueger like villain, and what they did was they took away. It's like if you had David Lynch and you had the murder of Laura Palmer. You have this egg, this goose that lays golden eggs, and then you have this corporation, this network telling you have to solve the mystery. And so eventually what happens is you solve that mystery, that beautiful thing that makes your thing so mysterious and thought-provoking, and now it's not quite so interesting anymore. And that's what they did with the show. In season 4, they introduced this character where it's like, oh, it's not this Lovecraftian monster, this darkness we can't understand. It's actually just this guy that was corrupted. It's just this guy. And it's like, oh, but that's not as fun. And then now they're at the very end, they explain the upside down. Don't explain that. Don't tell me that it's connected.
And then it's this
don't
whole
explain
new
this stuff
thing with the tube. Spoiler alerts. We'll put spoiler alerts in there with like the connections and shit. What I said before even starting the final season was, I said, boys, by the time we're done watching all of this, you're gonna be able to take half of what we watched the week of Christmas and half of what we watched the week of that they send out the final piece, and you would have been able to put those all into one really nice little thing. And Vecna had the potential to be the next Freddy Krueger.
He did.
And what they did is going back to what we were talking about before, the way they wrote that last season was totally different than the way they wrote the first season. It's not just about the kids getting older. It's about the amount of money that was being offered, which I don't know of.
Dude, it's in the 200s of millions.
Yes,
I want to say they spent 270 million.
They were offered a fuck ton of money.
Of course
they had a huge budget,
monster budget.
And so rather than focus on the story, they were focusing on how do we make the story bigger and how do we spend all this money and make this seem like it grew into this thing. And what they did is they sacrificed all of the characters and the connections that they had and who we were rooting for, and then they split them up, which was... that's like watching a short of the Three Stooges where all three of them are in a different room together.
It's like when they made a season of Arrested Development where it wasn't all of them in one house. Like that's what I think the third season was when they finally brought the show back. And that was like everybody was like, yeah, it's great to have the show, but that's
it just didn't feel the same.
Yeah, I think it was season 4.
You need that again because that was an ensemble show.
Exactly. You can't do an ensemble without doing an ensemble.
And people don't think of Stranger Things as an ensemble show.
They just can't. The show can't even help themselves. They'll just add 3 characters for no reason. It's such a big ensemble. It's crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
almost It's a balancing act at that point because it's holding everything on a plate.
And here is something else that I sniffed out that I found to be really inauthentic.
Okay.
Was, I was really excited to watch it.
Me too.
And so I kept up on all the news about, when it was coming out or like what the actors were doing, because that was the one thing that kind of pissed me off is like 3 out of the 4 or 5 kids didn't really do anything with their acting chops or get better at. They were like, I'm real famous from Stranger Things and I'm just going to I'm taking however many months off, and then I'm just going to go back to set and I'm not doing any work. And you could tell in their performance. The only one of those kids, other than Millie Bobby Brown, who I thought was an excellent actress from the beginning, and then the writing was terrible. But she's always been brilliant.
Yeah.
But the kid that played Dustin, I think, had the sharpest chops. And you see that he was doing Broadway shows. He kept working at it. And then you could tell on screen that he was the strongest actor.
I think the guy who does... are you only referring to the kid actors? I think the guy who does Steve, children. He's all right. He seems like he was still working, but even
the older kids were fine. I'm talking about the children.
See, and the thing about the children too is like it's interesting because you never really had a show that's done this. So it's a weird case experiment where you had these kids who were like, again, that's the novelty of the show at the beginning is they're so young. And so it's weird that they grow up and you kind of see, it's again, that meta thing where like the actual meta bleeds into the show because you can't help but to think about it. Like it's not like they got famous off of this show. And now it's been 9 years, and so you can almost feel the stiltedness of their performance because, like, the story tells itself. Like, it's in the show. You saw them get famous off the show, and now it's like, oh, they're not even the character they were before. And it's actually kind of crazy because the show can't help but rely on these actors so much because they are the show. So you have to have the same person delivering these lines. It was funny. In the last episode, there's a moment where, because they always kind of ignore the age gap. Like, they try to not acknowledge that.
Right.
But there's a moment when you have the David Harbour character saying to the Millie Bobby Brown character, you're not a kid anymore. And I'm thinking, but by the show's logic, she is still a kid.
Exactly.
So you can't say that to her, but it's because she's an actress
because she's
that isn't a kid anymore.
20s and she doesn't look like a kid anymore, and they didn't do any work to try and make any of them look like kids.
Well, you know how expensive de-aging the whole show would have been. I mean, that would have been amazing.
But I don't believe in any of that either.
They could have done something.
I think, like, I mean, Better Call Saul got away with it. Somehow they got away with it. We just accepted that he was supposed to be 15 years younger when clearly
They wigged
Bob
him up
Odenkirk-
and we took it.
we just took it.
The
yeah.
writing was so good.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do.
It took you out of it. Like, you didn't care. The story of all that was so great.
Exactly, and that's how you do it. You have to make the story so good that I don't even care that you're trying to.
And they
convince me
did
of
not.
this. And they
Stranger
didn't do
Things
that.
did not do that. It was a cash grab.
Oh, the fact. I mean, so the 11 thing. You said the 11 thing. To me, what's so upsetting about that is you are betraying your audience when you do make choices like this. Because what you're doing is you're teasing us. You're like, oh, there's not a real ending. It's for fun. But that would you're not the only risk that you took was killing that character, and that's kind of like a bookend ending where it's like I don't even agree that she would do that. If you follow the logic of the previous 4 seasons, because the whole point of her story arc is she wants to be a human, have friends, and like have real human relationships, and she was born in this lab, so that her arc is becoming a human. And then the last season, it's like fuck you, actually, go die.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
And then again, the introduction of all these new characters that don't matter, and then they're like, all right, we're gonna bring Linda Hamilton in,
Which was wild that they fumbled that.
Yeah, I mean, great move. I was like, I enjoyed it for the first 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And then I was like, you're just trying to make me like this.
Yeah.
Because you know that the people that are watching this were from the 80s and they're going to go, oh shit, Linda Hamilton from Terminator.
Yeah.
And
the character doesn't justify its own existence.
No.
Yeah.
She, again, not really earning itself.
Yeah.
And where, I'm not going to speak to how it should have ended. Because it's an impossible question. It's their project, and they ended it that way.
And I think that's what everybody who's like an armchair writer does, and they don't realize there's so many factors that led to what you saw.
And the other
so
thing,
hard to say.
I think that we need to give it a little bit of, just to go a little easier on it.
Okay.
Is to give it time.
Give it time?
Yes, because what I've noticed is when I noticed it with Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
When you're watching it and you have to wait, there's almost so much of an expectation, or even like you wondering what your curiosity almost distracts you from actually drinking it all in and watching it.
Yeah.
So I noticed that sometimes when I go back and I watch something again, I'm less critical of it, because I already know what's going to happen, so I'm able to appreciate what's happening. And I did notice that with the last season of Stranger Things, because the last episode of that first chunk before they did the 2.5 hour final,
That one was good.
that last episode.
Oh, wait, no. Continue.
The last episode before the finale,
7? Like episode 7, 5, 7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one, because it was that episode, and then they had the final, right?
Yeah.
Finale. That episode, I thought, was a prime example of when they built up to all of this stuff, and then they just popped all of everything that they were building to. Now I read in the tabloids that the actor that played Will was gay. Yeah. And going into watching it, I said, I know these Netflix producers are going to shoehorn this thing from his real life into the story. And I don't care if he's gay. That's great. If
they tried to connect it to the story.
Well, and they tried to, and here's what I keep hearing in the first few seasons. People keep saying, well, but what about the way he was looking at Mike? And to me, as a spectator or as an audience member, I thought that he was always apprehensive of 11.
Yeah.
Because she was strange and almost an alien-like character.
Yeah.
So people now are like, no, Will was always jealous of 11.
There's a line in the first episode where Joyce, and I didn't even remember this till my sister told me. She says, like the first episode, she says that one of the guys named Lenny has called him a fag. Like she says that word. Like there's older people that make fun of him for looking gay. So it's like you could even argue episode 1. There's
seeds being planted.
So what you but also that
to
was
me,
so
it's like it's
it was
so
pa-
ambiguous.
it-
Why do you have to do this?
It's also part that language was such a part of the
80s
landscape at
and
the
the
time.
landscape,
it was
yeah.
it was appropriate to talk that way.
And not only
at the
this,
time.
I feel like the way they handled it, if the story you're telling me, the reason this resonates is because it's an 80s story. And the whole point is, it's hard for him to come out because it's the 80s, which you already did well on this show. They already did that with the Robin character. That was a good thing.
It was done.
It was done, and you did it well. It's
so-
like you just handled it in such a graceful way. Like, oh, she's gay, by the way. And that's like, that was it. It wasn't like a sanctimonious moment. It was just like, hey, gotcha. Because the whole season is, you think it's her and Steve, and you think that's what's going to happen.
Right, and then
the bait and switch at the end.
and
That's
that was
good.
great. And that was great. And in that
you already did it.
It earned
so it's
itself.
Like, exactly. So that's what gets me is like, this show has already proved that they can do that good.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you doing it in this sanctimonious, like, terrible pacing way? Why are you putting this last moment, like,
and the sequence?
I'm sure you're right. It's
so
forced.
out of sequence because they build to this thing where they're like, all right, let's do it.
The world is
And then-
ending.
and then all of a sudden, it's like, all right, here we go, bump, 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 and then Will's like, wait, everyone needs to come in here, and I was like, and then just the way the framing was, where it was like wide and everyone was sitting around him, like literally I had my mouth open and I was like, I can't believe that they're not wasting precious time on it, because there was a time for it in the story.
Yeah.
Where I feel that the way they put it in there was disrespectful to the point they were trying to make.
Yeah.
Where,
yeah.
Where it was like, hey, we want to. It was, to me, it was like a scene of what straight people think coming out looks like.
And that's what I was like. To me, that's what's odd. Like, it's just bad storytelling. You're not humanizing it. You're actually being patronizing. And it's like, we've gotten to the point where an audience can tell the difference, and all I got to do is look at a single comment section about what happened here. Like, I think the people who try to justify this stuff, they just like a show, and they're just going with whatever they think they're supposed to do. But it's like, there's people in the gay community that are getting upset. That shouldn't be happening. You shouldn't have gay people saying in a comment section, I can't believe they did this. This is like a laughable portrayal of my group.
Yeah, or
because that's
or
what's,
of their
to me, I can tell
experience.
it's insulting and belittling. I can see that from the outside looking in. I feel like that's like you're showing that you don't even understand what that. And I think also what happens is, you get people who do say hateful things because you have done this. Like, you have the wrong effect. You think you're doing this
they
thing.
can smell it. They can smell what you've
and
done.
so then people start to actually
motives.
say stuff that's bad, and it's because you're just bullshitting, and people don't like bullshit, and then they associate the bullshit with the thing that you're doing. So then you have people saying bad things about a gay community, but that's not even what they're really saying. They're just saying they hate this false portrayal of this gay community.
Exactly.
And so, but that gets misinterpreted as this hate, but it's not hate. People just want good stories. You can easily do something like that. But it's funny. The comment you'll see is like rainbow fatigue, and I think that's a funny way to put it, because it's really just. Or I think the other thing I'll see people say is they had to put in the message, and that, to me, that's what's happening. People just see that there was this story that was not that. It was something else on its own merit, and you put this thing in the story to satisfy people. It's like the same reason where I feel like I get annoyed. I feel like an old man because I have to like figure out, are they putting in this type of character because they're trying to satisfy a certain group, or are they putting in this character because they wanted to have this character in the story? And like, there are so many instances now where I feel like people do think they have to cross this diversity box. They have to do these things, but that's not how you tell a story.
A great example.
That should just happen naturally. You shouldn't be doing that. On
naturally is what it's about.
Yeah.
And I know I already sound like an edgelord, and I promise you I'm
that's
not.
my problem. I'm trying not to.
I promise you I'm not. For the record,
I just want storytelling
yes,
back.
For the record, I'm not telling you what to do, and I also don't like anime, and I also don't collect any Pokemon or anything. That's a disclaimer, because the way I'm talking right now is like, oh man, Stranger Things should have probably done this instead. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I'm holding them to the standard that they they initiated.
Yeah, and I think like storytelling, you have to have standards. You just can't not have standards.
Don't you think, this is the edgelord part now, don't you think as characters in the show that Will would be, because there's a moment when Robin and Will are talking on top of the tower and all that. Don't you think that Will's moment would have been, you know, him first talking about it with Robin and admitting it to somebody else? That's more realistic trust, because he has somebody there to kind of guide him, someone who's older, a role model who's like, hey, you're good, you could do this. And I didn't think they showed that as much. They didn't.
They tried to imply it, but they could have actually done it.
I mean, but the other thing is to audience members who are non-homosexual might not be picking up on those things.
Right. Yeah.
And the thing is those things are as important to non-homosexual audience members as it is to the homosexuals.
Yeah.
And
because this is the moral of the story. Like, what is the purpose of this? It's not just, oh, he's gay. It's like, why is him being gay relevant to what's happening?
And especially, why is it relevant right before, you know, they're about to do.
I thought they already did it well, even with the end of episode 4, where it's like, I don't care for like the scene where you're kind of pushing it. They were kind of pushing it with the him and Robin thing, but I'm like, okay, this is like, because the way the show had handled it up to this point in my mind is like, the audience has always said that. There's always like this Will gay theory. I've seen this already. So I think like if the show's leaning into that, that's interesting. Just, I'm waiting to see how they handle it. And so when they had that Robin talk, it's like, the show's already done this thing where we're in this dire scenario and we're all talking about our feelings. So really, that's what I'm thinking. Is like, why are they having all these conversations, like just slow paced, totally random ass conversations now? That's the only critique I could have of that. It's like, okay, she's actually the character who would help him realize his gayness. But like you said, you would think you would lean into that a little bit more and do a little bit more of that and have him so far as confide in her. But instead, I guess it's like she just had really good spidey senses and just knew he was gay and she knew all the right stuff to say. There's never like a moment where it's like it clicks. But whatever.
It took the weight out of that, though.
Well, I'm just going to say the way they did the end of episode 4 with him having powers, the way episode 5 starts, you immediately ruin it because you say, oh, he doesn't have powers. He only has powers when he's next to the other dude, which totally ruins it. Because I mean, like, the way you made it look, it's like, oh, he's like 11 now. That's what you're thinking when you see that, and that could have been the coming out moment. That was like a good symbolic coming out moment in my mind as an audience member. I'm like, oh, he's realizing it's okay to be gay, and that gives him superpowers. That's a cool kind of way to portray something like that.
Yeah, I'd watch that.
And they didn't have to then go and have him come out. He could have just been so liberated by that shit she said that's the story you're telling me. He doesn't then need the validation of all these people because he's earned inner validation through talking to her. That was a great way to say that. But then they just walk it back by having that scene because now it's like, well, now he does need everybody's validation.
Right.
And you actually made it not about his own like inner strength. And it was about he was like a Jedi warrior. It was like he fucking had become Yoda. That was what you just did. And then they ruined it.
Yeah. And then they kind of almost, they glide over the
like,
weight of that as well.
I guess that was the thing.
So to me, they're like half-assing Will's character in every regard because they're trying to push so much stuff in. So my question is to the Duffer Brothers, how much money does Netflix need to offer you to rewrite everything that you just did, clean it up, and all we want is 60 minutes of just what it should have been. They could have done everything or give them 90 minutes, whatever, 30 extra minutes on the house. It's on Netflix.
I think what you do, just redo season 5, like you said, but like start from how season 5 was. Season 4 ended with like end of the world apocalypse. So just do that movie. Just do the end of the world. Full scale Vecna
2 security
attack.
guards outside the writer's room. No producers from Netflix are allowed in. Let the Duffer Brothers do what they do best, and cut them the check and let them be alone. Leave them alone. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Not that I have any of the answers, because they're the ones with the check. They're the ones with the movie. My movie's not on Netflix.
It's over for them. I mean, you
They're-
already made
they're
all the
on
money.
Netflix.
You already made all the money. You don't have to make anything else. They could just do what the kids did and just live off residuals at this point. They don't
and they're
have
going
to
do that, but
anything
eventually
else.
there's going to be some form of creative constipation.
Yeah, it
and they're
happens
going to need
the
to come
best.
back.
Yeah, creative constipation happens to the greatest people. I mean, I think that's the danger. Like I was saying before, it's like, how much are you willing to sell your soul? Because what you'll see is people just kind of they have so much potential, and it's only like if you can maintain that like auteur level of doing something that you can remain, you can have that touch. Because otherwise, people just become like weirdly commercial. Or like,
Everything right now is weirdly commercial.
Yeah.
From not only the advertisements that we're seeing in between the television shows, but the television shows themselves. A really good example of that is Abbott Elementary.
I've heard about this show.
It's I believe it's on ABC.
It's like The
a
Office.
mockumentary,
Yeah.
where they have the talking heads and stuff, and it is done really, really well. The problem is it's too sterilized. It's too clean, and where there isn't there really isn't anything happening. There's no like oh no, like we know it's going to be resolved, which is the purpose of that kind of programming. It's primetime television, a nighttime of general audience sitcom. My problem with it is the reality where it kind of falls. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Because I went to a school that resembled that.
Yeah.
And so as I'm watching it, what drew me in as an audience was like, oh, they're finally going to be telling stories about those schools that I went
Like
to.
The Wire. The Wire is the only show I think that's tried to tackle that.
And they do it very well, but it's
Yeah.
like, but again, you're talking about a late night show compared to, and it's like sitcoms and television are so pretty right now that I think everyone is afraid to show their ugly side.
Right.
And they're afraid to show, because everybody wants to be thought of as perfect. Even on social media, you only show the greatest hits.
Yeah.
And it's like, I think that's also what's kind of poisoning the minds of the audiences and of society.
Yeah.
Because
There's
you're
no
looking at
ugly
that
side,
and
yeah.
you're like, oh, I should only be pretty, or there should be, where not all of the characters look like supermodels, or, there's a yay or a nay I have that kind of piggybacks up what we're talking about. We're pushing in the agenda and all that, and also sterilizing. But they did it in a really good way. Was the sitcom also on ABC, Modern Family? They were able to make a believable homosexual couple and not only get general audiences to learn how to accept homosexual couples on primetime television, but they never ever placated to anybody. And there wasn't a moment where it wasn't genuine or it wasn't.
They're just funny characters.
They were just real. It was another couple.
Yeah.
They did it like it was another couple, not like it was a gay couple.
Right.
And the actor who played Cam, Eric Stonestreet, used to get mail because he's not homosexual and he's playing a homosexual character.
They both played it well. Was
they
one
bo-
of them gay?
Jesse Tyler Ferguson, the redhead who played Mitch. He's homosexual.
Wow, I thought they were both gay. I really thought that's how good he plays it.
But
That's
Stone
crazy.
Street based the character off of his mom.
Wow.
And so he was like, I'm just gonna,
awesome.
he's like, I'm not playing it like a homosexual. I'm just gonna play my mother.
That's hilarious.
But he would get hate mail, or he'd get criticized for playing an exaggerated homosexual, and
that's his mom.
but he won awards for the part, and then after he was criticized, there was an outpouring avalanche of support behind him, being from the homosexual community, being like, hey, I identify with this character, and this is the first time I've seen a character like this on primetime television, and he's not the butt of the joke.
Yeah.
And so that's where I say, hey, that's how that is beautiful. That's beautiful that you have these characters, and we're still breaking these societal norms that you wouldn't think. I mean, and that show ended like a long time ago, so that's dated, and I'm sure that. But right now, instead of having it earn itself like how Modern Family did it, where it's just part of the puzzle. And
that's what I mean when I say it should happen naturally, right? Is that stuff should just fall into place. It shouldn't be a forced choice. It should be something where it's like, oh, this just makes sense. Like, there's a reason this is good.
And it's weird because I don't care where you're from or what you're doing or what or anything. Everybody wants to be around when you're in a room of strangers. You want to gravitate towards somebody that looks like you.
Yeah.
Or, I remember I was doing a summer camp for 3 months, and I was directing plays, and all of the staff was there a day before the campers, and we all ate in the lunchroom. And before I sat down, I looked at all the tables, and this is international staff. So all the people from South Africa sat at one table. Nobody said to do this. All the black guys sat at one table. All the Hispanics sat at one table. And everybody sat at their own table, and then they talked, and then they began and I'm just talking about from my firsthand experience of something that happened. I'm not saying that this is how it should be.
Yeah.
I'm saying this is just the human condition that in order to feel comfortable, we're tribal people.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean to shoot arrows at the other tribes.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then also, tribes can intermingle, and we could all be.
Well, and I think like
and we have done that.
I think it goes hand in hand. Like if you're somebody who believes in diversity, you should believe in like cultural diversity, and you should want cultures to maintain themselves in a way. And the only way that happens is when those people gravitate towards themselves, and you foster your own culture. So it's like stuff like that. I feel like it's weird because you could say like it's odd that maybe in a neighborhood you have like an entire Chinese community in a Chinatown. You could say that's weird, or you could say that's cool and that's a good thing.
I think that is cool.
And I think that's awesome.
And I do.
Then I can go there and actually experience authentically that.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
it's good they maintain that. And that's like, so in a sense you want people to be doing those things.
Exactly.
I think that's good because then you'll have this thing where you don't melting pot just put everything together and make it all the same. You want things to be different. That's diversity. Diversity is people being different from one another, and that making it better.
And Chinatown is such a great example because it's like the Chinese food that you're going to get out in Mount Prospect isn't going to be worth half a shit compared to the food
Little
that you're
India
gonna get.
is not too far from here.
Yeah.
Little India is up on the north side of Chicago, and oh my God.
Yeah,
like everything there's open until 2 a.m. That's how you know it's authentic.
Yeah.
Everything's open that late.
Right. I won't eat tacos from anywhere if the floors aren't sticky when I walk in.
Right.
I'm like, if a place is clean, I'm like, some white bastard honky owns this place flipping tacos right now.
And so and I feel like Chicago is a place you're really going to learn that kind of thing because like it actually I forget the word, but it's almost like a self-segregation that's happening. Just people migrating to their own little communities, and you having these little pockets of cultures that pop up because of that.
But if that's what's naturally happening, and whether or not that is true is up for debate.
I think it happens. I mean, I think it's probably money plays a hand too, right? It probably helps to build a neighborhood that way. Maybe there's probably got to be other incentives, but I do think that it's like what you just described in the small example on a bigger scale. I think if you put people in a situation where they have to gravitate toward, we're tribal. We're just tribal by nature, so you're going to gravitate towards what you find to be familiar.
You don't have money. You don't have choice.
Yeah,
and you don't. You have no resources. What are your instincts going to do?
Yeah.
And I was in that position, and I was able to see it happen. And it was interesting to also see that break, though, afterwards.
I even think that's how you get gangs. It's the same exact tribalism where it's like you need a community, and so you go to the wrong one because you don't know any better. It's the same exact thing. And gangs tend to be people that look like you. It tends to be the same.
Well, and then what ends up happening is that now all the television shows have, it's like there isn't any unity in it. You know what I mean? Like, you know what show had great potential to move on and be a great sitcom was That 90s Show. You know, because it kind of held that formula of the multicam sitcom and all that. And I also thought that they did a really good job of having, you know, an Asian character, you know, doing the thing, making sure that it was you know, nice and diverse cast,
but it
and
didn't
characters.
seem forced at all.
It didn't seem forced. It seemed fine. It
Says
seemed
his name was literally foreign exchange student. Come on.
I mean, there were a lot of other problems with that show. I got canceled for sure. But again, and even then, you could tell they did it because they had to. But it's like there's nothing wrong with seeing a show. I think producers think that white audiences won't watch a movie with an Asian leading man, and we will.
We would, yeah.
We don't. It's like everybody's like trying to get in somebody else's territory, and I'm like, there is no territory.
Yeah.
All of the actors are trying to get work. All the directors are trying to get work. All of the writers are just trying to tell stories.
Yeah.
And it's like, there's a lot of really powerful, diverse actors. And it's like, I mean, even Squid Games is a great example. Just the way they cast that and the writing in that, where every fucking scene earns itself and it has you on the edge of your seat. And it's not even in English, and it can still hold somebody stupid like me. It can hold my attention for the entire time.
Right.
It is just so beautifully written, and the message behind that series is so frightfully important.
Yeah.
That's when I'm like, you know, we shouldn't be saying first Asian director, first black director, or hey, this female director or writer. It's like we're all writers, and maybe they feel that way because they don't feel like there's enough representation of themselves.
You ever seen Morgan Freeman talk about Black History Month, though? I mean, I've just such a great clip to me because he puts it so simple. It's just a guy talking to him, and he's like, well, how do you celebrate Black History Month? And he's like, or maybe how do you feel about it? And he's like, how do you feel about White History Month? Do you think there should be a White History Month? Just getting at this idea that like you don't need this thing to separate you. Like just the idea of that is separating you in this way, and that you don't want thinking that way is the exact thing that causes the division. You should acknowledge your differences, but you don't want to exaggerate them and make them this thing that's bigger than they are. It's just a thing, and that's what makes us interesting, is that we're different. But when you turn it into this different story, I think that it harkens back to that same division in the first place. Like you're calling too much attention. The fact that you even frame things in this narrative, like you shouldn't. I never think about that kind of thing when I'm meeting somebody. I really don't. At a certain point, I just forget. Like I'm not thinking, oh, I'm talking to a black guy. I'm not thinking that. I'm thinking I'm talking to a person.
Right.
I don't think like that. And so it's actually crazy to me that people think like that all the time. Like I wouldn't want to think of things that way.
Empowers
it's like
them.
a soul. And so it's like, well, I just think it's like you could do that with anything. It doesn't have to be race. You could take anything and make it who you are and just make it everything you think about.
Your
but
identity.
then you're minimizing the beauty of reality, which is that reality is ever expanding and there's a million things and a million reasons for everything. You could have a new interest tomorrow and find it. And I think you box yourself in when you make something like that so important. It's like stuff, nothing is that important. Life is this amazing thing where you can pick anything and make it the most important thing. And that's what's so cool about it. Sometimes somebody will be so interested in something and they can tell you a million things about it. But I think people just get tunnel vision and they really just look at the world through these lenses, these glasses, and they kind of ruin it for themselves. And that's what makes me sad overall. And I think that's what, and then the problem is if you put that in storytelling, you put that in art, an audience doesn't know the difference.
Exactly.
Like a general audience doesn't really know what they're supposed to.
All of the things that they're out in the streets screaming about are things that I think they should be finding ways to connect with other people, because that's all they want to do is connect.
That's what
when
all,
people
anybody
are rioting
wants.
in the streets, they're all doing that because they want to connect
Yeah.
with somebody. And I mean,
Yeah.
that's even why they oh, there we go. Yeah, that's a little bit better. That's the reason why they're fighting to begin with, is because they're looking for an excuse to get together with other people.
Yeah.
And what ends up, my thing is if the movement empowers a group of people, I'm all for it.
Right.
If it's dividing groups of people, then I think it's counterproductive. And I'd say that there's people who find empowerment in it. And for those people, I say good, and you should do that.
Yeah.
But I think everybody is more focused on something that's happening 1,000 miles away from them rather than what's happening in their own communities.
Yeah.
And they're always judging how the world should be ran on hypothetical scenarios. And nobody's using firsthand personal experience to form their opinions, form their lifestyles, because I don't really like to surround myself with people who their personality is their race, or their personality is their sexual orientation, or even worse, their personality is their religion.
Right.
It's like, oh my God. And then even worse than all three of those clusterfucks, your personality is your political view.
Right.
Nobody gives a fuck about your political view. Politics is like masturbation. You should be doing it alone. You don't masturbate at the kitchen table, so you don't talk politics at the kitchen table. That's my rule. I don't think anybody should be doing that. That's your private thing. Same with religion. You're allowed, and especially in a country as beautiful as America,
Yeah.
where right now we're being spoon-fed so much bullshit that tricks us into believing that this country is such a wasteland and such turmoil, and it's awful. And if you watch enough TV, you might believe that.
Right.
But if you actually go outside and you talk to three strangers, and you strike up a conversation, something beyond, the weather, or you say, hey, how are you? And they go, yeah, I'm doing good. You're doing good? That's good. Hey, I really like your jacket. And maybe the guy's not going to respond, and okay, fine. Not everybody's looking for that kind of connection. But then you move on. You do that 3 times, and I guarantee you at least one of those 3 people are going to connect with you. And then you're going to feel this piece of yourself glow up, and you're going to feel a sense of purpose. And what's happening is everybody is getting too much information off of a screen privately under their blankets in pure comfort to be able to watch all the hate and all of the chaos, all from the comfort of their tower, which is just their bedroom under their blankets with their little phones. And they need to put their phones down, and they need to turn off their televisions just for a little bit. It's always fun to watch TV. I love movies. I love music. We need technology in order to progress. But everybody needs to just put their phones down and turn off the television and start listening to the people around them and start to give a little bit, not have such empty hands. Be like, what can I give to my friends? What can I give to, if I'm an artist, what is missing in the modern film landscape or in modern music? What's missing right now that I want to hear and I want to feel? And that's what people should be leading with, and then putting that into their direct communities. And if every single small community was doing that, the country as a whole would be a lot stronger. Not that I'm a politician or well-read in politics or even history for that matter, but it seems like 1 + 1 = 2. And if everybody just focused, because hell, I'd be overwhelmed if I was like, all right, what do the people in California need?
Yeah.
I'm like, I live in fucking Chicago.
Right.
And the Chicagoans need to be worried about the Chicagoans. And the mayors shouldn't be trying to talk so much with the president and with the higher up government. And this local laws and local government should be stepping up to show that they are a bigger piece of the puzzle than they've let on to be. But they don't get paid to do that.
Yeah, well, and it's a more convenient narrative to just tell people to worry about bigger things than to look that direction, right?
Yeah,
so it's easy, and like local, the local communities and local government. These are all things that like you're told just not like, I mean, you're told matter, but only like every now and then you're actually told to care about this bigger, shadowy government that really probably just an illusion of choice in the first place. Like none of this is.
Oh, well, we both know that.
I mean, come on, what's going on?
Yeah.
It's kind of like if you were watching a movie and the movie just keeps getting wilder. You're like, this can't be real.
No, and
Kind
that's
of what the movie's
and
like.
that is how I feel most of the time when, whenever I do watch the news. I'm like,
so at that point, why even care about that? Like,
I don't, yeah.
care about that to the extent that you should, like, maybe it'll get you in the long run, but it's not the immediate thing. It's just and like the thing is, Bill Hicks had a great joke about it where it's like you turn on the TV, it's war, famine, death, war, famine, death, and there's never ever like it just does. A guy on mushrooms had an amazing revelation today that time and space are just inexistent and da-da-da-da-da. It's like, that's not the news. But that's a thing that happens, and so if you consume media all the time, you'll be convinced of this hopeless reality where everything is a shocking thing that happened, and everything is like high key scenario all the time. That's not the basic function of reality that you normally experience, though. And I feel like nowadays people have this weird thing where even you have two different versions of yourself you're constantly managing, and you can't avoid it. Like unless you don't have social media, you are the thing you present through your phone. And then you are the thing that you are. And the thing that you are is what you really are. But the thing that you are through your phone is like a different manifestation of you. But people don't think about it that way. But that is what it is.
No, they don't
it's
think
a
about it.
manifestation of you.
But we've been doing that our whole lives, though, because think about when you're at work or if you have an office job and you have to put on a suit and tie.
That's why I call myself ruse. Because I think that everything is a ruse in a sense. And that everything is you filling in a role. And life is kind of this role-playing scenario. And nothing is as it seems. And that's the beautiful thing, is there's always something underneath that's not quite what it seems, and you are just putting things on to understand it. That's like what Zen Buddhism was trying to say. It's just that. It's beyond understanding.
And
that's great.
I love practicing all of those elements of Buddhism because that helps keep you balanced. And it helps, the Japanese term Ikigai. It's an overlapping Venn diagram where all of the aspects of your life all lead to one purpose, your purpose.
Right.
And so as long as, it's like, for me personally, it's like my creative life, being financially stable, and my family. And it's like, how can I make my creative life be my what makes me financially stable so I could feed my family, and therefore my whole purpose is being fulfilled.
Yeah.
And I carry that with me just to always keep me centered, so that, because there's days where, as freelancers, it's like we don't know where our next dollar's coming from.
Right.
We don't know because if, and you can write as many scripts as you want, but then you make the phone call and this guy is on a project or that guy can't, and it's like, so it's always about like, hey, how do I find purpose in this present moment then? And how do I, for me, it's always through creation. And I always tell people who are broken or sad or depressed or looking for a purpose, I always say to start with something creative.
And I would even say being creative could be as simple as like having a journal. It could be as simple as writing.
Absolutely.
'Cause people would often think like, oh, but I'm not like artsy. It's like you don't even have to have art skills.
And that's it's just their
creating.
Ego getting in their own way.
Yeah, it's like, because I think as humans, I think what you're meant to do is create. I think that's like, it's almost like a godlike act. If you think about it, God's the creator. He created everything. You are in touch with God, if you want to think about it that way.
Sure.
When you create, because it's in something from nothing. That's what it is. It's like there was nothing there, and you're pulling from somewhere, and you make something.
Yes.
And I think that's. Everything you've ever thought is really just someone else's creation, and they created that based on something else, and there's this chain reaction.
Exactly, and there's just this constant evolution.
Yeah, and so that's like, I just feel like it's so fundamentally tied in with being human. Is like that's why
I think I feel so spiritually in line with myself when I write a song or something, because I feel like I've done it. That's what I was supposed to do.
Yeah, and that thing that was inside you were like,
yeah,
I got it out. Now it's out.
It's a very strange, like, post-ejaculation like feeling.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's hard to describe how it feels, but it's like, that was a release that had to happen.
Yeah, it's like getting blue
and I think that's
balls
cathartic.
Finally.
I think when you do that as an artist, that catharsis is like, people feel that. And when you do that on stage and you have that catharsis on a stage, people feel that and they feel that same release. And it's like there's a channeling that happens when you create. And so I think that it's like, I just think people look at it like, if you look at it as a basic, like, flatline, just literal thing, it doesn't mean much. But it's not just that. It's like something, it's getting back in line with yourself in this way. I feel like you have to do it. You just have to.
Yeah.
Or you go crazy. Like, if you don't have a creative outlet, I feel like you have to be crazy. No matter who you are.
And it takes, and it comes in so many forms. So people are like, well, I can't do that, or I can't do this. It's like, you know, can you build a picture frame?
Yeah.
Can you build a coffee table?
It's a craft. It could be any craft.
Yes,
yeah.
It's like use your hands and be constructive.
Yeah.
Which is why I never got into video games. I grew up in the era where video games were at the height of their popularity and everybody was playing them. And I absolutely detested it. I hated it because there wasn't anything to show for it afterwards.
Yeah.
And my brother loves them, and I had buddies who loved them, and I say, you're wasting your time on them. And you know what? And that's when, but is sitting in your room by yourself, talking to yourself and doing a bunch of different voices any better or healthier?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say so.
Who knows?
So everybody could do whatever they want. I'm just saying, I'd always rather, if you're constructive, you have something to give back to the world.
Yeah.
And playing video games is just another form of masturbation. It's just for you to sit there and constantly get dopamine, and it's a drug. You should stay away. It doesn't help you see the world. At least when you're doing drugs, you can either use them to hide from the world or you can use them to see the world.
Yeah.
And once you reach that point where drugs have devoured your life and that's all they are, and you're not going out and functioning anymore, that's when you know that drugs are bad.
But I mean, like, could you consider a good game like a good movie, where it's like maybe you derive things from that are beyond the art form itself? Like, maybe when you play a game, you learn through how difficult the game was, like a game like Dark Souls or something, where it's just notoriously difficult and you beat the game. Maybe it's something true to life that you learn that's beyond gaming, like something about perseverance, or maybe you can still take things away from that. Like, I think it just depends on how you, because it's like it is a vice, but I think it's a vice that, like, there's good games and then there's just games that are meant to placate you. And I think, like, the gaming industry's only gotten worse. So it's really, so much of gaming's become that, where it's just like online feed us money type games, and not like the gaming I remember from the gaming boom. Like, I feel like a single player fun experience is, so there's something true to the audience, where it's like now they don't even try to, like, satisfy gamers. It's actually sad, like, what's accepted as a game now.
Well, as a non-gamer, I think that it kind of like everything we've been talking about, it's about balance.
Yeah.
And I find that there's a lot of great comics.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of great artists that are out there. And instead of going out to smoke a cigarette, or instead of going out to smoke weed, or, you know, whatever, or drinking, however you run from this screaming voice that's telling you to create, and you're running from it, I see video games to be an equal distraction. It's about balance. Now, I'm the kind of person that doesn't know how to relax. I don't have hobbies. I don't know how to just unwind and take a moment for myself. So video games very well could be a utility for that.
Yeah.
Video games could be a great way for somebody to, you know, if they have a late shift, to start their day to feel good, or a way to end their day to feel good.
Yeah.
So that's a moment for themselves. I absolutely advocate for that.
Yeah.
I don't advocate for, you know, what really goes on. Most of a majority of those guys are putting in 40, 50, 60, sometimes 70 hours a week into some of these video games. And to me, 70 hours a week, you could have been doing something that made your life better.
Yeah.
And by making your life better, it would just... the byproduct of that is it would make at least one other person's life better.
I feel,
if not more.
Now, do you feel that way? Because I sort of feel that way about sports a little bit, where it's like people get so obsessed with sports. I feel like they're not even thinking about like their own, they're kind of living through the sport and they're not actually progressing their own lives. Now sports betting's a thing, so people don't even care about the sport. They just care about making money.
Well, no, and they just figured out how to get the gambling as an aspect to it,
but it's
so
like
that it's more addicting.
Which is nuts. They basically crack-headed out all the sports fans.
But I feel the same exact way about sports. I was never a fan of sports. I was never active in sports.
I think it's good to have like athletes you look up to, but like that should be like a role model for you to then replicate and like try to be like, it shouldn't just be because I don't know, I just feel like that's what's interesting about that's like why it would go back to the Olympics, because we wanted to see the peak of physical.
The athletes that everybody admires are who's making the most money, who has the coolest car. Again, we're losing sight of the purpose.
Right.
We're losing sight of our motivation of becoming the best athlete, so that, like Michael Jordan, it's like there hasn't been, or somebody quite like Michael Jordan. Kobe or whatever, you could say all you want, but I'm talking about Michael Jordan was rock star status, where people that didn't even watch basketball had a Michael Jordan shirt, or they had a Michael Jordan poster, or they had some kind. When they were going in the early 90s, once they were hitting the three-peat, there was Bulls merchandise in every single home. And whether or not you watched basketball. And that's because the team was truly brilliant. Truly brilliant. You're talking about Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, who else? Who's the fucko with the Dennis Rodman with the snow cone hair? Like, those were all brilliant athletes. And I grew up in a sports family. My uncle was a pitcher for the Braves, the Atlanta Braves, and the New York Mets through the mid 70s. And he ended up having to retire because he threw out his arm pitching. And he even talks about how much the industry changed, because it's about sponsorship deals. Every single one of those athletes aren't necessarily out there to crack the ball anymore. They're out there to sell shoes and jackets and hats and socks. And that's, again, where kind of what we've been talking about this whole time.
It's painful.
The world has become inauthentic because we're just trying to find the way to make the quickest buck and as much as possible. And what is it even really for?
Right.
Because you can't eat 2 roasts of beef at the same time. You can't drive 2 Rolls Royces at a time.
I look at it's like money is a means to an end is how I think about it. And so I think when you confuse the means for the end,
older people would look at you like you're crazy, though.
But it's like money is a means to an end, meaning that what is your like ultimate goal? Like, say, like, what would you do with money if you had it? And so it's like, then apply that to now and just think of things that way. And like, don't think of money as like, once I have money, it's going to be different.
And
it's not going to be different.
Because when I was working corporate jobs
and
I had consistent income, it's like $80,000 felt like, oh, fuck, I'm poor. Oh, no, what am I going to do? And then now, if I get a check for $300, I feel like I just got $1 million.
And like, to me,
so the value of the money changes. But also the way I spend it is differently. Everyone's like, well, what about your 401k? And what do you do in the future? And how are you going to retire? And it's like, I really don't want to retire. I don't want to retire. I always want to be working. I always want to be creating. The main thing, first and foremost, is to be able to be financially stable doing creative work, which, like everybody, we're trying to find our ways, and you just always have, I'm 33. I looked up to the fine arts assistant at my high school, and I still talk to her to this day. I call her Mama. And she said, when you get to be your 30s, it's going to be hard, because that's where everybody's you're gonna want to get married, you're gonna want to have kids, and that's where everybody starts to step out of line. And now I'm in my 30s, and she was right. And this is hard. And this is probably the hardest part of my life, because now it affects other people. But just like she said, if you get out of line, you never get into the club. And what's even more fascinating is that you stay in line to only find out that there is no club. And that's what really sucks. So that's why I'm building my own club. I'm gonna make movies and keep submitting them to festivals until somebody finally notices.
Yeah.
And if they don't, then I spent my life doing what I love, because my father wanted to be a car detailer.
Yeah.
And and he works on model cars, and he's brilliant. And the detail that he puts on them is it's just so precise, the precision that he has. And he could have been a brilliant car detailer and designer and painter. And instead he went to work for Republic Airlines, because his brother worked for Republic Airlines, and it was safe. But Republic Airlines then folded, and he lost his job. And then he moved on to United, and then he'd move on to this side job. And he was constantly doing things he hated just to get by.
Yeah.
And my thing is I'm just getting by, but why not do the things that I love to just get by?
Yeah.
And those things that you didn't want to do to begin with failed. So I may as well keep going after what makes my heart beat, because if I'm going to fail, it better be at what I love so I could keep doing it, rather than have never tried it and be resentful for the rest of my life. Because that's why all these old guys are why they're alcoholics, why they're mean, why they're resentful to the millennials, why they're resentful to Gen Z, is because they didn't live freely. And if they did, then they made sacrifices that they didn't believe in, and they made mistakes, and they didn't take accountability for their own actions. And that goes for the millennials
And
too.
there's always a chance to turn that around and
You always
look at those
can.
things differently.
It's never too late to turn it around.
And I think people get caught in this narrative that they've told themselves, where it's like, oh, I'm just a fuck up.
You
then.
get lost in your own story.
Yeah.
And what you don't realize is you can close the book for a second and pick up the pen and start the next chapter.
Exactly.
And not necessarily rewrite it, because, I wouldn't be here if I didn't make the mistakes that I did. And I've had the most successful 2 years of my creative life because I've let go of all those things.
Yeah.
Because I was such a control freak, and I was like, you know what? There's nothing to control here. There's nothing to control. All I want is to find somebody who loves this as much as I do, and who would treat it with the same dignity and integrity, and hold it to the same regard in their priorities. And once I found that with my partner Zach, and we launched Warwick Motion Pictures, and filmed, countless test projects, which I've never done. I was always a big believer in releasing everything that I shot. And now we started doing a lot of test shooting and stuff that I never did before. So I'm learning more about my end of patience, and then he's learning more about his end of patience from me. And, we're learning from each other. And we're both getting the same thing out of it, so it's such a fruitful partnership. And we're both we're kindred spirits.
Yeah.
And the way we create comes from our souls. And something you said earlier about television, and it's just kind of this sterile phrase that nobody takes risks. Nobody takes risks anymore. They need to take risks. That's not what that's not what it takes to make something that stands out. It takes balls. And men and women both have them. Women's are just on the inside.
Yeah.
It takes balls, because you have to vulnerably, unapologetically speak your true self according to your firsthand experience.
Right.
And if you do that, It's scary.
Yeah.
That's scary to do. But if you do that, you will find the audience that belongs to you. And I would rather have half the people doing it the way I'm doing it now, watching my work and connecting with it so that they're truly connecting, than to have, to be filling stadiums with people who are on their phones in the back row and they're just there because they want to tell people that they went and they saw you that day.
Right.
Because that's how it is. Stand-up comedy in a stadium or an arena or even a large theater, it's awful. It's awful. There's no connection. There's no intimacy.
Yeah, there is a limit.
Yeah.
There's an actual limit.
I saw Bill Burr at the Chicago Theater, and I was real disappointed. Bill Burr is one of my favorite comics, and to this day, he's so smart and brilliant, and he breaks barriers of what people think as far as of him and of the world.
Yeah.
But to see him in a huge theater like that, I didn't really get to connect with him. I felt like I was watching TV or like I was at a movie theater.
Yeah.
Where like those small, seedy clubs with where you could smell the carpet just from like the last 50 years. It's like those. That's where I like to watch.
It's a formula you can't beat.
Yeah, no.
With comedy, you just can't beat it because comedy's such a personal art form. Like that connection with the audience that's made. So when you put that in a stadium, you are almost like doing the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing. Like, and it's just like comedians will complain about this because there's really no good way to do that. There's no good way as the comic to translate your material to that. It doesn't exist. Nobody can figure it out because there's no way. Comedy's meant to be this small thing where we all feel it together and it's shared.
Yeah.
And everything just disappears when you put it in there.
Yes, and then as a performer, I could only imagine
because they probably have disorientation.
Then
they
you're
don't even know.
you're doing it to black, where when you're in a club, you're looking at the people,
You're picking people,
and then you're talking to them and stuff. A lot of comics shit on comics who do crowd work because they think that it's lazy.
And there's also like people have this grand complaint like comedy has leaned into crowd work because of clips and because of social media, like that it's popular because of social media, and then you get people who only want to do crowd work for social media. I think that's you can hate anything for any reason.
I think the people who hate the comics that do crowd work are comics that can't do crowd work.
Yeah, you'll see
that. Comics that only do crowd work and shit on the comics who only write.
Yeah,
cannot write.
Yeah,
and so what it is are two different styles. But to me, the rawest form of stand-up comedy is in a small room where there are 3 to 4 really nice, dense stories that have a bunch of great jokes so that I could know who this person is. And I also want to see what can he do in this room just off the top of his head. I want to see both. I want to see the written, but you know what? Don't sit there and stress you out trying to be the next Carlin, because use crowd work as a tool to build material, where comics have now used it as a gimmick.
Yeah.
So I've always used crowd work as a way to generate material because I'm like, oh, I never even would have thought of this. But now I'm on stage and I'm thinking about this now, and then it kind of puts you in that writing mindset. My improv background is what gave me that idea.
Yeah.
To think of the audience as my scene partner, and I'm initiating a scene with them.
Yeah.
And then if I initiate a scene with them, the best part is now I don't have to yes and them. I could tell them whatever the hell I want. It's like if I don't like where you're from, oh, no, that's the shittiest place I've ever been to. You guys ever been to Carter Lake, Iowa? For real? Are you serious? But so as long as you're not hiding from being a comic, by being a gimmicky crowd work comic, I think it's a great utility. It shows that your spirit it's all the way to your bones. It's all the way to your soul that you could be funny no matter what.
Yeah. Have you seen what Mark Norman does? He just literally has the audience yell stuff out, and then he'll make like one-liners on the spot.
Well, Norman is the best at one-liners.
It's impressive because, I mean, it's crowd work, but it's also like topical crowd work because they'll just say something that happened in the news
And
that
he's
week.
so quick,
and he
he's
comes
so-
up with something. Yeah, that's like, to me, that's like a Jedi mind trick he
Yeah.
just did. Like, that's nuts.
I feel like
and that's the skill. It's just that constant being on and knowing, keeping that improv mentality of like, I'm just gonna roll with whatever they say. And really, somebody like him is interesting because, like, however you feel about him, he's so into the process of comedy and like
Absolutely.
the way, the mentality of forming jokes,
Right.
that you like can't help but admire the craftsmanship of what he's doing.
Well, I
'Cause
think
he goes way above and beyond what most people are. Most people just kind of turn it on and
He's
off.
fearless.
He's just always on.
he is
That's different.
I want to know if he actually talks like that or if it's a character that he's doing.
I think he's like me. I think he's got a naturally sort of sarcastic voice, and he learned with comedy he's got to lean into it. Because if I was
Yeah.
doing comedy, I would probably make my voice even bigger than what I already do.
Right.
But I have like a cadence of speaking that is almost like entertainer-like, and I'm positive that's like he started like that. And then he realized he's got to lean into it a little more, I guess. Like, I can't even do his voice. But it's like if you had a voice and you already know you've got something. I think it's like whenever you see a comedian who's like, are they really like that? The answer is like a half yes every time. Because it's like they probably were like that. And then they just realized people reacted to them funny.
yeah.
And so they start to use parts of their personality differently.
Yeah.
Because some people are like so too good to be true. You like comedians, you're like, there's no way that's a real person.
Right.
But it kind of is. It's the eternal question. They probably don't even know.
Well, exactly. Because it does get to a point when you're writing and the character and you
Have merged.
It clips so much that there's times where like I don't even know what the fuck I am anymore. Or if this is,
Exactly.
but as long as it's funny, that's really all you're worried about.
Yeah.
But there's guys like Todd Barry, well, first of all, just to conclude on Norman, I think he's our generation's Norm Macdonald.
Oh yeah.
because-
or like maybe even a Seinfeld, you could say.
I think John Mulaney has the potential to
Oh,
be
you got
our
it.
Seinfeld.
All right.
If he just like if he cools off and it keeps it together, he literally has the potential to be the next Seinfeld. Just the way he looks on stage, the way his joke writing is, he's the next, like he is the next generation Jerry Seinfeld.
But Norm.
But I think Mark Norman resembles Norm Macdonald because he has this voice that is so distinct.
Yeah.
Because Norm was always, hey, and I'm on Howard Stern now, and Norm is always like, hey, I was there with Joe Rogan, and it's like he could say whatever the fuck he wants, because of his voice, and he's also not hateful,
Right.
He's like, come on, I'm just joking around with you, and like that, he's
While
likable.
saying like the most hateful joke.
Yeah, exactly.
possible.
He's exactly. And,
but you're right. It's his energy that makes it different.
And I love him. I love all the Kill Tony guys.
Yeah.
And Tony Hinchcliffe is literally bringing back the Johnny Carson show with how Kill Tony is.
And somebody has to do it. I mean, nobody's gonna do it. It seems
Exactly.
like people. It's amazing. Like I just feel like everybody wants to have an opinion, and it's like, how could you possibly even dislike what like somebody like a Tony Hinchcliffe is doing? Because nobody in comedy is offering that type of stage to somebody, and that's what you need in a community to keep a community alive. You need people who are trying so hard to present it to everybody else that eventually it's like and he's managed to do it in a way where it is supportive. Like obviously the joke is
that's what's amazing about what he's doing.
It's genuinely supportive.
Not only is it supportive, but it's entertaining.
Yeah, he found a way to make that work, and like that's hard to do
and monetize it.
Yes.
And it's just,
I mean, like, and it puts anybody on. I mean, it puts anybody on in the sense that you get these people who've never even done comedy, and now they're showing an interest in comedy. You get people who watch Kill Tony, and they don't actually listen to stand up. They just watch Kill Tony.
Right.
And to me, like,
it doesn't matter. In the end, it doesn't matter. You're bringing eyes to comedy. It doesn't matter what version of comedy they're getting. It's like this community is a vibrant community again, and you need stuff like that. And people want to connect, like we were saying earlier. People want to connect to something. So when you present something like that, where it's like it just feels like a magic it's getting captured at a show, and like there needs to be more of that in the stand-up world. He just found a way to do it where it's a roast show and it's also an opportunity, and like it's kind of an open mic. It resembles an open mic in a way that most people don't know what an open mic is, and like that is not a bad representation. Like when somebody goes up and bombs for
like a non-comic would know what it's like to be inside an open mic,
exactly, which they'd never get that experience unless they had seen Kill Tony.
Well, and what's strange about Kill Tony is it's an open mic where you're performing for an audience that isn't just comics, the next guy that's going up, which is why open mics suck.
Yeah.
I would rather...
Yeah, that's a good point.
Advice that nobody asked for, I would rather do stand-up for a half hour at an old folks home and get paid $200 and bomb and figure out my act than to go to an open mic and do it for comics. Because who gives a fuck what the comics say? Because that's not who you're making it for.
And I've heard people say things along the lines of like, when they did that for so long, they realized an actual audience was like easy mode. Because like when you're doing it for comics, they're all looking for holes and they're like judging you critically. A general audience just wants to have a good time.
Exactly.
So that's like easy mode at that point. They want you to do well.
And
the
you
general
get distracted because you're watching the other acts and you're like, oh man, should I be doing something? And then you're testing the room. You're like, oh, they're laughing at about the TV stuff. Oh, the tranny stuff's hot right tonight.
And comics are not that.
And that always got in my way.
Yeah.
Where I was like, that's what opened the gates for me, is to be able to really develop material, is doing it for people that aren't comics.
Yeah.
And that's the hardest thing to get out of, because you get to become a part of the comedy community and you get into a rhythm of doing the same spots or getting some stage time, and it's hard to get booked, or it's hard to even find stage time, and you don't want to pay to play. And it's like, that's the worst, is pay to play. Somebody who's like, yeah, come on out tonight, Sunday nights at 10 p.m. Yeah, who wants to go out at Sunday night at 10 p.m. to pay to get on stage where nobody's going to be watching you?
Yeah.
Everybody's sitting there and they're thinking about, oh, fuck, when I go on stage, I want to make sure I hit this. They're thinking about their act.
Right.
And so you're not getting a real reaction from anybody at an open mic. If you're going to an open mic just to keep your chops sharp and to ignore the audience, that's one thing. Like, you have to do that because you have to have material before you're going to go to the old folks home. So you can't get out of the open mic phase if that's the right. If you're going the stand-up route, you got to do the open mics to at least generate a little bit of material and get comfortable on stage. But once you have that material and you're not getting booked, get paid to do those reps.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who they're for.
Yeah.
But that's just from my experience, and it seems to work out well.
I mean, I just think like it's funny watching people take open mics seriously. That's always a funny thing to me. It's like, you really think this is like,
show up in like a fucking suit and tie? yeah.
Like I keep having a coworker who I'm like, you should go to an open mic. And she keeps going, oh, I'm going to go to the show with you. And I'm like, it's not a show. Don't call it a show.
It is not a show. No, it's not a show.
You don't understand what this is if you keep thinking of it as a show in your mind.
We're closing the doors. We're working through material.
It's like some degenerates in a corner type of event.
Yeah.
Like
and it's almost like it's almost like beat poets getting together.
Yeah.
And I hate the term riffing because I'm a musician, and that's real riffing.
Yeah.
But when there is this form of riffing with comics.
Yeah.
And it kind of turns into that at an open mic, because you're watching each other, and say you find a guy that you really liked up there, and afterwards you go out to the bar and you're like, hey, I really liked your set. And he's like, I really liked your set. And then that's where you can start kind of talking shop. But then you get the bullshit comics who they think that they're better than everybody in the room, and they leave before they're done with their set, and then they walk off and they leave right away.
Yeah.
I did that at every open mic I've ever done.
Oh, it's such a bad move.
Yeah, I know it is.
No, I don't blame people, because I get everybody has a life, but I just feel like you're shooting yourself in the foot when you do that, because half of it, like getting booked and that whole question is just not doing that. That's like literally
totally,
half of it is just standing around and lingering after. So that way, you know, if there is an opportunity to be planted, that's how it'll happen. But like rarely ever does that happen if you're always the guy who's in and out, because then you don't spend any time talking to anybody.
Well, and the thing is taking yourself out of your comfort zone helps with that. So once I moved to New York and I didn't have a comfy house and a warm family to go home to, I wasn't doing that as much. I still was the first guy to leave because I don't like socializing with strangers after a show or after something. Maybe I don't mind like maybe a half hour of talking to everybody who came out, and if they want to talk to me or whatever, that's fine.
You're not like, let's go to the bar.
No, I don't like to go. I don't drink at all. I don't drink.
You.
At
Me
all.
neither, actually.
And not like that I ever had a problem with it. I just it never clicked with me.
Yeah.
And, and all of those things, drinking and drugs, it just distracts you from the work. So everybody should stay away from them, whether or not I do so myself. But I think that has hurt me, but it also keeps me from. It keeps me unique.
Yeah.
It keeps me from being presented with these, because, you know, when you're a comic, everybody goes, hey, you know, it would be a good bit, or hey, you know, it would be a good thing for your movie, or hey, you know, it'd be good for your song. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I don't ever want to hear that, because usually it's a guy who's not a comic and it's not funny.
Yeah.
And that person wants to feel rewarded from you that you're a comic and you thought that what they just told you was funny.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it takes years to get up on that stage and to craft yourself in a way where people are going to accept you, and it's not that easy. It's just like when people saw at the screening for the last picture, they were like, hey, I got a script idea. Hey, I got a script idea. I don't ever answer an email, a text, or a phone call when someone says I have a script idea. The only time I answer is when they say I have a script.
Right.
I have a script. Because a script idea, ideas are disposable. They're like Kleenex. When I woke up, I had 6 ideas before I took a shit.
Right.
And then you can wipe your ass with every single one of them. It's about execution.
I mean, it's like, I think about this when because people will come into this type of room and they'll be like, I kind of want to start a podcast, da-da-da-da. I've learned I'm wasting my time if I give you advice and I give you tips.
Never.
All I can tell you is, okay, get started.
Yeah, you should.
That's what I do. I say, yeah, you should. You should get started. It's going to be like, just make the first 5 or 10 and have them suck. That's the stuff I tell people. Because the thing is, once you get started, now there's like a proof of concept and you've actually done it. So I believe you. You're real. Like, this is real. But the amount of times I've heard people say things like, I want to make a podcast, or even like artists I met who are like great at making art, but they don't release things. To me, that's like, it's almost as if you've made nothing, because people don't even have a way of consuming it. So like, are you just making this for you? Because I guess that's fine, but like, to me, that's frustrating to see for creative people, is like a lack of output, because I know you know how to make the thing, you just don't put it out there.
Well, and what's the point of holding on to it and clutching it just for you?
Yes, I don't understand. And so it's like, to me, the ideas, right? Anybody can have ideas. What does an idea mean if you don't put it into the world and execute upon it? To me, like, it's almost
execution
frustrating.
Is 100% execution.
And like, I feel like I have to surround myself with people who execute, because if I don't, I'll become those other people
exactly.
who don't.
You
because
have to be.
It's almost like a deflating thing to be around those people. They are so creative. It's almost like, I think that there's a certain balance that has to happen for you to be a truly creative, like, person who's productive, because it's easy to be too creative and then you just ideate all the time and you're not productive. So you have to have a balance to where you, like a system or something, where you learn to channel that creativity into the right spot and actually be productive with it. Because otherwise, it's like you're just doing this all the time.
Yeah. That's been the theme.
I've met so many people like that. It's nuts.
That's been the theme of our whole conversation. No matter what we've been talking about, it's all about balance.
It's balance, yeah.
And like, you can't have too much of one thing without the other. You need to have this balance. And sometimes opposites attract. Some, in partnerships, creative partnerships, and it's it's like always say yes.
Yeah.
And make yourself available and go.
Yeah.
People have this concept of like there being a comedy scene. And I'm not in the comedy scene. There is no comedy scene.
Yeah, it's all an idea.
There's a bunch of people that are trying to do the same thing that you are. And if you go in there with that mentality, and a lot of them go in there with a victimized mentality, just from my firsthand experience.
Yeah, it's true.
Not all improvisers are like that. I get it. But the people that were in my classes they all played victims, and they said that they didn't get opportunities, and that angers me a lot because I'm not going to name the institution, but I was at one of the major improv institutions here in Chicago, and I was graduating their program, their professional program. You have to audition twice, the first time to get in, and then the second time to stay in. And I made it through. I had to audition about 4 or 5 times in order to make it in. And so it took me a few years to get in, and I finally made it in. And my director for the first part was the same director as my graduation. So he was able to see the growth. And he's a great guy, and excellent improviser, excellent artist in so many ways, and he's a role model of mine for sure. And on breaks, we'd go out and we'd smoke. When I smoked cigarettes at the time, and we'd have a smoke, and we'd talk about class, or we'd talk about improv. And we were both from the burbs, so we would talk about the burbs a lot, and this and that, and then finally we were hitting the shows, and we were doing an 8-week run, and we were out on break, and he says, casting came to me, and they said to pick somebody from our class. I'd like to pick you. Are you Mexican? I said, no. He said, not even a little bit? I was like, holy shit, if there was ever a time where I wanted to change my name to Miguel Sanchez, it would be right now. And I was honest with him because I didn't ever want it to catch up with me. And I told him no. And then he said, he goes, that's unfortunate because they like you, but they need a Hispanic cast member. And
he was waiting for you to say, like, oh, yeah, I actually have an uncle. I forgot.
And the old me would have done that.
But you didn't want
to. And that's why I didn't, because, like, I was always scheming, and I was always like trying to find a loophole to get where I wanted to go.
Yeah.
And once I was there, and once I had studied at every improv institution in Chicago, and then at UCB in New York, I was like, after that experience where it wasn't about my talent, and that they were even interested in me for my talent. Mm-hmm. And then because I could portray a Hispanic character.
Yeah.
It's like, that's the point of acting. That's why it's fun.
Yeah.
And I know this is really, really controversial, but it's been so long that I don't think that for a white actor to be prosthetically made up as an African American should be considered the same thing as blackface.
Yeah.
Blackface back in the day was where they'd put shoe varnish, dark polish on their skin, and then big white lips around like a clown.
Yeah.
It was a clown act.
Yeah.
To classify a white actor playing a black character because I grew up, one of my 2 favorite movies as a kid was The Mask with Jim Carrey and The Nutty Professor with Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
And I said one Halloween, I want to be the Nutty Professor for Halloween. And my dad said, you can't be, you're not black. And I didn't know what that meant.
Right.
I was in kindergarten. And so that was my introduction to race. And I was like, why does that make it any different? Just because. And then I was like, well, but why wouldn't I be allowed then make me black? Yeah. And then they all laughed at me. The kindergarten kid But then as I grew up, that still stuck with me. Where Eddie Murphy is one of my comedy heroes, mm-hmm. and the way that he was able to play that entire family and a lot of audience members not even know that he's playing half of those characters was something that inspired me beyond something that any other actor ever did. The only other white guy that got close and didn't do it quite as well was Mike Myers when he did the Austin Powers franchise.
Yeah.
And that the writing wasn't as great for that, for the third one and all that. And Myers was a hard guy to work with, I've heard, but I love the first two Austin Power movies, and I love his character work in there.
Yeah.
We were talking about two characters where Eddie Murphy did that dinner scene in the first one, in the first film. To me, it's laughable to any like real cinephile, but it's like one of the best dinner scenes of cinema.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about an actor who's playing 5 roles, and you wouldn't think for a second that that's the same guy.
And everybody's got to feel different and distinctive and also be funny.
Right.
It's also still a comedy, so it's played for comedic value.
And then to go back to what we were talking about before with race.
Yeah.
So you're talking about a movie about a black family.
Yeah.
We don't mention that they're a black family. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're black.
It's just a part of the movie.
And it was received so well by white audiences.
Yeah.
And
because audiences don't actually care.
And what people don't realize is that the Richard Simmons character at the beginning of the first Nutty Professor film is also Eddie Murphy. Dressed as a white guy,
right.
And then and then years later when he went on to do Norbit, which was kind of whatever. It was like, again, we wanted to see the Nutty Professor charm, but it didn't have enough characters.
Yeah,
he was made up as an Asian man. And he did it. I didn't know it was him until I saw the credits.
I think Coming to America, they do the same.
They do shit like that in Coming to America also.
Yeah.
So and then even white chicks.
Yeah,
with
the whole thing. The whole concept of the movie.
The Wayans brothers did that.
Yeah, Wayans brothers. Yeah.
Because I love prosthetics and I love makeup.
Yeah.
And I don't want to express it in a hateful way, but in a way where we shouldn't be drawing these boundaries to make us all think that we're really that different.
It's odd because I think Tropic Thunder did it, and they did it not that long ago.
Right, with Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, and so it makes me wonder.
They give him a pass, they say.
That's what they say, but are they just saying that because, when he talked about it on Rogan, that was in 2016, 2018, where Joe Rogan's talking to him about Tropic Thunder, and Robert Downey Jr., he's like, Joe Rogan says, "You think could you do that now?" And Robert Downey Jr.'s answer is, "You could do that now." That's essentially the answer. So it's an open question. It does make me wonder, was that a different time? Or is it the same story as always? It's just we have this narrative where it's there's just things you can't do that are taboo. But the answer is they're not actually taboo. It's just the way that you do them. And there are ways to get away with it.
We can't even talk about it,
We're just pretending that there's not ways to get away with it because we all want to appeal to each other and we all want to seem like we're being culturally correct. But the answer, when someone actually does it right, I don't think people get as upset. And I think it's a divisive narrative that's used to divide people. And I think that's why that stuff is spread. But I don't think, and I think it's easy to believe stuff like that because we're tribal in nature. So it's easy to believe, oh, you can't make fun of that type of thing because that type of joke is minimalizing this group that has already been you could make that up, that kind of narrative. But to me, that's not yes-anding. That's not comedy. That's not fun. You should not be thinking that way about comedy. When someone is making a joke, it's the intent behind the joke that makes it funny. So why are they wearing blackface should be the immediate question of someone wearing blackface. Mm-hmm. How are they even getting to the point that this is something they think is part of the narrative? With Robert Downey Jr., it's his character is a dumb actor.
Why,
they found a way to make it make sense.
And with everything that's happened in history, between film, civil rights, what have you, how is it that it's just still considered blackface, like Al Jolson, oh mammy, they still think that what Robert Downey Jr. is, that's classified as oh mammy?
Yeah.
No, what the fuck is that?
Right.
And then
it's the intention. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I was just going to say.
It's the intention that's the difference.
And don't you think This is just for me. Because every writer's room I've gotten thrown out for saying it. because I want to be able to lose myself into somebody else. And there's a really great early SNL sketch that Eddie Murphy does where he's dressed up like a white guy. They wig him up and they give him a mustache, and he has this great white voice that he does, and he's really funny at it.
Chappelle's got a great white voice.
His white voice is excellent.
Yeah.
And he's another guy that I think would do really, really well doing a picture where he plays a white guy.
Oh my God, that'd be great.
And my thing is I understand the historical gravity to it.
Exactly.
But how do we let go of the pain and be able to talk about it and make it so that it doesn't hurt us anymore?
Just like I think all jokes are trying to achieve when you do dark humor and when you poke fun at those types of aspects of reality. When you draw lines, you're like defining things that other people can't say. And I think humor is so good at saying exactly what we can't say. So when you ruin that by like making it, but you can't say that and you can't say that, to the point where like you go to comedy clubs and they say we are not this, 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 and this. And this is like a thing that you'll see in improv where they'll start a session with don't say anything sexist or racist. And to me, that's like you're creating this narrative that stuff even exists in this world.
I don't want anybody telling me what I can and can't say.
It drives me nuts because I think it's not creative to think like that.
And even when someone tells me what I can and can't say, I disregard it immediately because who is anyone to tell anyone what they can and can't
exactly
say.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously the FCC and whatever, if you're casting over the airwaves on radio or a podcast or on TV, there's a certain legality, there's an obligation to make sure things are clean or whatever, but I don't understand the complex.
Yeah, and I think that it's like it's this false idea that you're predicating it on, where it's like I know better, but like why would you know better? Wouldn't it be better to have everyone express themselves and then we figure it out along the way? Like, why are we worried about people expressing themselves at all? If that's not the source of the problem is expression. The source of the problem is ideas, and we need to focus on the ideas. So it's like I just get lost in. I feel like people are so worried about that it ruins these art forms, because then you get people who are already turned off to something they don't even know. And it's like the person who's making the joke, often they're not trying to make fun of this thing. There's an idea within it that entertains them. And that's why they're using it. And like now you see this weird thing in the world where there's been a boomerang effect where you have people who are actually saying hateful things just to say hateful things.
Right.
Because they think that that's being funny. And they are only just so upset with the other people, and so that's the reason they're doing that.
The wrong people are the ones that are representing the group.
Because they actually are doing it wrong.
Right.
And so it's like you just get in this position where you do sound like an asshole for like trying to advocate for these things, because people do get it wrong.
Right.
But so it's like it's an impossible thing, because I do think the pendulum has swung, and we're at a point now where people are trying to like push against that narrative and fuck you, I'll say whatever I want. But then you just have people saying stupid shit half the time, and it's like, oh, dude, like that's not what we're trying to do here.
Right. and if I were to do that, if I were to play a black character, I think that the black community has every right to.
That's the risk you're taking.
They have every right to be upset about it.
Yeah, that's the balls that you have. You have to have those balls. They have every right
to have their opinion on it, and they don't have to like it.
Right.
However, I would be willing to bet $100 to your one that the people that don't like it would be people who didn't see it. And not that it wasn't, it hasn't been created, and I know I have enough integrity to know that if I were to approach material sensitive like that, that it would need to be done a certain way. And as an artist, I feel like that's a challenge I'm willing to take on.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's the audience's place. I don't think it's a political movement or group to tell me that is offensive because I'm white and because I'm going to be dressed up black. Like, no, that in fact, every writer's room I got thrown out of for saying that. And made me know that's on my bucket list to do before I'm done. And that doesn't mean that it's a piece where it's all white people and they're all playing black people, but a mix of real black actors and non-black actors, and you can't tell who is actually what race. And it's about creation. It's and prosthetics and makeup, which it's so funny because both The Nutty Professor and The Grinch were both done by Rick Baker. And there's a picture on the Universal lot of Eddie Murphy and Jim Carrey.
I've seen that.
Where Jim Carrey is as the Grinch and Eddie Murphy is as Sherman Klump. And they were both done by Rick Baker. And I look at that picture and I say, why can I not dress up as both of these characters?
And it's because of like a stupid religious like belief we've like have in our minds. I mean, truly, I think it's just as simple as that. You tell people something enough times, they believe it. I mean, like there's a rap I wrote a long time ago where the line is, if you wouldn't have said it, I'd think that races are running. And like that's literally how I think about it. If you didn't tell me all this other stuff, I would have just like completely ignored that. But people create this story, and like I said earlier, a mass audience doesn't know the difference. Most people are just followers. They're not leaders. That's what it is. And so they're just going to hear that story. They're going to hear like, oh, you can't do that.
And they've told themselves.
Yeah, and so it's hard for them to break that narrative and go against that grain and say, oh, no, you can do that. But the thing is, you can do anything. You can do anything. You're just agreeing to this idea that you can't do certain things because people told you that. And then, that's why you think that.
And then it turns into, here's Black Knight.
Yeah.
Here's the Black cast, or here's the all LGBTQ cast. Here's the all Asian cast. And it's like, okay, that's fine, but now you're just pinning your market for just Asians or for just It's like you're from a marketing standpoint, I don't think that's a great idea. But their marketing isn't about trying to get people to get in the asses in the seats for the student shows.
It's like, look at us, we're doing the right thing.
Their thing is about getting asses in the class. So if you can get the asses in the class and let them know that, hey, all the blacks, all the gays, all the trans, you're all welcome here. And then they all flock somewhere where they can feel included. And it's just an illusion of includement. Because you go up and you look at all the pictures they have hanging on there, and it's all people that haven't been there for almost 40 years. And that's at any improv institution or comedy institution. And what ends up happening, and people won't realize this, and I might even get some flack, but I think that when they released the slaves...
All right, where are we going?
When they released the slaves, we all became slaves.
Oh, you sound like Kanye now.
Because
Kanye
fuck Kanye, because he isn't. And I'll tell you why. But I'll tell you why.
All right.
When they freed the slaves, we all became slaves.
Tell me.
Because the slaves couldn't be taxed, and they needed to know, how do we tax everybody? And then how do they keep us fighting amongst each other is by keep reminding us that we look different. And I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't judge somebody by how they look. I judge them by their spirit and their soul. I don't even judge them by the contents of their character. Because somebody could be full of shit and make me think that they have my best interest at heart, and they don't. I'm talking about the spirit, the thing that you can't see when you're talking to somebody. And
the thing that shows through their actions.
Exactly.
Because that's what defines you. You could say a million things. It's what you actually choose and do. It's the execution from earlier. It's not ideas. It's the ideas you execute upon.
Exactly.
That make you who you are.
And for anyone to think that black folks have less of an opportunity than white folks in the modern world, even what we were talking about earlier, who signed Eminem?
Right.
Who signed the first biggest white rapper in the world? Dr. Dre.
Yeah.
What color was his skin?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then, who's another guy? Fuck.
I mean, you could say
he's got the grills and the dreads, the gold dreads. I'm trying to think of his name.
Travis Scott.
No, that was so racist of you. Now that makes me look less racist for not knowing what this guy's
I
name
wonder who
is.
it is. Snoop Dogg?
No, it doesn't matter. But either way, there was this nameless African American artist who's huge, and I should know his name. Oh man, what's the guy that always goes yeah?
Oh, Lil Jon.
Lil Jon. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Excuse me, everybody. I'm sorry.
There you go.
There was an interview with him, and they were asking him about why black people didn't get the same opportunities, and he was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Lil Wayne's great with these interviews too. Lil Wayne's very funny.
He goes, look at me. Look at how the jewelry I wear. And look, the white man ain't do shit to me.
Yeah.
You better stop playing victim. Get off your ass and do something.
Wow.
And then I was like, I'm on board with that.
Yeah.
I'm on board with that. You know, despite looking completely racist for not knowing the guy's name.
All you had to say
and then you went Snoop Dogg, and you named like all the black people you could think of. And
should have taken it a little further.
Yeah, right. But that's a generational thing. Why I can't name, because I can't even name modern white actors or white artists, because my whole world is vintage.
Yeah.
The comics, the filmmakers, the actors, the artists that I grew up and still to this day immerse myself with are, filmmakers like Spike Lee, Scorsese, Tarantino. Actors that I love are Denzel Washington, Tom Hanks, Robin Williams, Jim Carrey, Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, and the music. The best music came from black folks. James Brown. There's not going to be a front man. My favorite band is the Rolling Stones. There would be no Rolling Stones if it wasn't for James Brown. He showed Mick Jagger how to move.
Yeah.
And Mick tried his damnedest to do it, and he got close, but he became his own thing. Aretha Franklin, the Queen of Soul. There's days where my whole day, she's the soundtrack of a rainy afternoon. Nina Simone, who I would regard as the same class of singer as Judy Garland, who is one of my favorite jazz singers. Nina Simone wanted to be a classical pianist and a classical singer, but because she was black, she was forced into the world of jazz and soul and gospel, but she still had that classical approach to the blues and to the jazz, making it this whole other genre of music.
Yeah.
And so that's why anybody who wants to play a victim, I could play a victim. Hey, they don't want to cast any fat guys. What's going on?
Yeah.
We need more fat roles out there. I don't need any more fat roles, but maybe a movie part might be good. You could find something to complain about, or you could find a solution.
Yeah.
And the color of your skin don't make you any more or less brilliant. And this country, regardless of what the news tells you, regardless of how you feel politically or where you belong, we live in the greatest country in the world. Our government embarrasses me the way it makes us look globally and internationally. And I hope to just do the smallest part I can to make the world a little bit better than how I found it.
Yeah. And I think that all you can do if you believe in America and the idea of America is just fight for what it represents to you. Mm-hmm. Because, there's nothing you can do about that government that is essentially just political theater. And it just makes it all look so silly and elementary. And I don't think Americans are actually this dumbed down people that they're portrayed as. And
No, they're
it's
not. But they
unfortunate.
start to believe it because they hear it so much.
They hear it so much. Yeah, it's like if you told that to your child all the time. Like if you can't tell that to your kid, you got to build your kid up. And like America's founded on this amazing, beautiful idea of being able to do almost anything, but then it constantly discourages it with all of its actions. And so it's very confusing because if you look at the actions of the government towards people, you're like, oh, they're not really trying to encourage this anymore. They kind of gave up on that. But the idea and the core foundation of America and the way Americans think is still that.
Absolutely.
It's still founded on this idea of being yourself and following your creative function and making something of your life. All that stuff is possible here in a way that you take for granted
Yeah,
if you've been in America your whole life. Because
Absolutely.
you go to other countries, you look at the culture of other countries, you realize, oh, they don't foster that in people in other places. It's a lot more traditional. It's a lot more, oh, you follow a path. This is what you do here. Whereas here, the idea is do anything. That's the idea.
Absolutely. And sometimes
that's real.
that overwhelms some folks.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why everybody is a little gagats right now and trying to figure out, hey, what do I do?
Well, like I said, the government doesn't make it easy to do anything.
No.
They tell you to do anything, but they don't actually make it easy to do so.
No, and they say you could do anything as long as they get their cut.
Yeah, like how much are we talking here?
Yeah.
It's like,
how much
you
can
know,
we tax you? How much can we tax your land? How much can we
Yes.
tax your business?
yeah,
your
exactly.
operation?
But you'll get to keep that stuff as long as you pay us for it every year. It's yours. I swear it's yours.
The middle class is a total illusion because the middle class is the one that's paying for all of the poor people to get their, any benefits, and then the rich are taken from the middle class to cover their asses from what they should be sending down to the lower class, and all the money goes up to the top.
Yeah.
This trickle effect that Reagan tried to push on everybody years ago, that's still brought up to this day. It's mind-boggling, and I really don't want to get into a political discussion because I am a artist. I'm a clown. I'm a funny guy.
Yeah.
I don't have a suit and tie, and I'm not running for office. So truly, I'm just a person who's saying, hey, I want to feel good every day when I wake up, and I want my fellow man to feel the same way.
Yeah.
So then whatever that might be, however you can find inner peace where you could go out and you can take care of your direct community. That's just where I stand on politics. I don't vote. I don't watch the news. I usually don't even take part in political discussions because I don't have a stake in it.
Yeah.
And someone would go, well, then you don't have the right to complain, or then, yeah, you have a stake in it. You're the problem. And I'm like, no, that's not actually true because everything that you said was going to happen hasn't happened. And then you go to the other side and you're like, well, what did you bring to the table to fight all of what's going on? And they haven't done anything either, which leads me more to believe that it doesn't really matter.
Right.
I do magic in my free time. So I'm always catching on to the sleight of hand.
There's a whole lot of that.
There's always sleight of hand because what you'll notice, and try and catch up on it. Catch it when you're watching the news. When something big happens one day, there's like some other little important thing going on in the government that isn't being talked about quite as much as who Taylor Swift is fucking.
Yeah. I've learned like whatever, and it's also convenient how it's like the story of the day type of news cycle we have. Like it's almost that by design is just convenient. Because just think about it. Like most of the time people are talking about what they're supposed to be talking about. Like you got to remember that when you're talking about like, okay, so today it's like the Epstein files. You got to realize there's a reason that's the narrative today. And I promise you, give it like a month, we're not going to be talking about Epstein files anymore.
Well, they don't want to talk about the Epstein files at all.
It's all going to move. But it's just so funny how it shifts all the time. Because it's like, if we're all talking about that, it's like you just said, you have to think like someone who's getting stolen from. That's how I think about like dealing with politics. You have to think like somebody who's been extorted for a long time and you're catching on to it. That's the only way to understand the situation is like to think like somebody who's like, okay, but what's like the catch here? Like, why would that possibly be happening? Because what I've learned is it just seems too convenient. It'll always be like, oh, this is the thing to turn you against each other today, and this is the thing to turn you against each other tomorrow. It's like the movie They Live is a documentary.
Oh,
and
they
you just
do.
have to put the glasses
Well,
on.
and the thing is ignorance is bliss, because the
Yeah.
thing is this, and this is just true. Look at the dates that surrounding the time when they were going to release the Epstein files, or even vote to release the Epstein files. Within that same week, they took Jimmy Kimmel off the air, and then Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Yeah.
And so now you have both the liberals and the Republicans both focused on their main news source or their main role model.
Yeah.
And they're heartbroken and they're enraged. And then what ended up happening about the Epstein files? Were they released? And when they were released, was there anything redacted from there? I don't know. I don't know. I take it for what it is. Epstein definitely killed himself, and no, there wasn't a pedophile island. But the thing is,
And there's nothing suspicious.
no,
about
there's
hanging
nothing
out with
suspicious
them.
surrounding the Epstein file story or those involved.
Ghislaine could still be cleared.
Yeah. Oh,
Just so you know,
wait,
Ghislaine.
did she have anything to do with it?
She seems like a nice woman.
I mean, I
to
keep
me.
hearing her name, but she doesn't strike me as the type.
She seems like a strong woman type.
Yes,
like boss lady,
strong,
boss bitch.
independent woman.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, like CEO type.
I just don't get this whole like anti-women thing.
So is
People
everybody
have with
kind of going
Ghislaine.
after, this Ghislaine Maxwell because she's a woman?
That's what I read from it. That's
Because-
just what I'm saying. But I don't want to speak for women.
No, no,
but that's
neither
what
do
I
I.
saw.
Neither do I.
And I think I just think people could, because once Ghislaine gets cleared, the whole thing is going to get walked back.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I think is going to happen.
And like really, truly, I mean, she didn't own the island.
She probably didn't even. She was probably like just trying to be nice to her friend Jeff.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
like she's probably a good friend, and she was just trying to hang out and like, oh, this guy seems lonely.
Were they even good friends? I don't
Probably
know.
like an incel.
I
She
don't
probably
think
thought
I-
he was an incel.
I'm trying to put the connection between the two. I don't think I've even seen a picture of the two of them together. Ghislaine.
That was redacted.
And
that
okay.
was redacted. Yeah, it's there.
Everybody's listening to us right now. Like, what? You guys? Are you fucking serious right now? We're both just totally like letting her off the hook. No, she should be hung by her tits.
I wish her the best. That's what Trump said. That was just such a funny quote. Oh, Ghislaine, I wish her the best.
Oh, I wish you the best.
That's such a funny answer.
She was
This was
great.
like years ago when she first got arrested,
Yeah.
and they were asking him like, "What do you think about Ghislaine Maxwell's arrest?" And he's like, "I wish her the best."
Yeah, and at one point, he's like sitting at the desk, and then they're like, "Mr. President, what about the Epstein files?" He goes, "Well, what's this interest in the Epstein file? What is everybody so interested in it for?"
You know what I think is funny about that? Okay, so he's running on this thing. He's running on this thing where it's like, guys, Epstein files, I'm going to release them. And then once he gets elected, it's like, what about the Epstein files? Why are you guys talking about that? It's like if your boyfriend like gaslights you, like you've been fighting with him about this thing
Right.
forever, and he's like, why are you even bringing up your mom? Like, why are you even bringing that up? And it's like, we've talked about this so many times, but it's like the manipulation technique of a bad boyfriend. That's what's so funny. You can't just like make a thing out of something and then be like, why are you guys even bringing that up?
Yeah, what? Yeah, what?
What's the big
What?
deal with this? Like,
I mean,
you brought it up.
Yeah,
You were the one.
Yeah.
That's so. It's like, to me, that's just
Have you seen the
patently
pictures?
hilarious.
Yeah.
That he would even try that technique.
And just like the confusion on his face, he's always like,
It's like, bro, did you forget?
he was like, Jeff, who? Who?
Yeah,
Jeff. I don't think I know a guy with the first name Jeff, let alone
It's like he's cheating on you.
Yeah.
He's totally cheating on you.
No,
There's
no.
no way. He's forgetting the name of the girl that you think he's cheating on you with. He's cheating on you.
Oh, my
It's like,
God.
that's such a bad technique. I mean, I've seen a million techniques in my day, and that was that was a bad one. There was shame in that game for me watching. I'm like, come on.
And so here is where we're at. This is like the reality of it.
Yeah.
Is as Americans.
Yeah.
Because we have no control.
No
of
control.
it. We have two things. Either sit here and talk casually about hypothetical situations, which is fun. It's fun. This is talking shit. It's like, this is funny to me.
Yeah.
Or it could be horrifyingly true.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like I said, ignorance is bliss. So you can either believe what we're saying or you can believe that our country is not ran by a bunch of folks who have visited a pedophile island multiple times.
You could believe that.
You can believe that.
Yeah.
Because I think there's folks out there where that's too much to take on. That's too much to believe. That's too much for them to be able to accept.
Yeah.
And it's not we don't have the right to break their happiness if it's constructive to their lives.
I agree with the idea that I just think people don't have grace. I think that's the problem, is they just think of their reality as so...
Like scripture.
like scripture, like fundamental. And it's like just the understanding that everybody is so different than you, and everybody gets to where they're at through the grand story of their life. And so to me, that's inspiring. That's like why I'm hesitant to... I'm always like, I don't want to... One of my rules is don't be a hater. And like, the reason I think that is because it's like if somebody really likes a movie and I'm doing an interview. This is like, just to put it like a podcast. I'm doing a podcast with them and they really like this movie. If they bring up that movie and my first thing I say is, oh yeah, that movie fucking sucks. Well, now immediately, all that shit that you had in you is going to just be gone because you might have said all these things about how the movie lifted you up and the movie meant this.
Created momentum even.
Yeah. And like, it's just something I would have never seen in that movie. But like, if I choose to make a value judgment like that and then just put that on you, it kind of ruins things because now there's not this thing in the air where we can both find it. I just kind of determined how it's all going to go. And so like, to me, I'm always doing my best to do that. And I think people don't do that most of the time. Most of the time, everybody's got to have an opinion. Everybody's got to feel, oh, this is the worst thing. Or this is like, they got to have a strong, divisive opinion. There can be no nuance. There can be no reasoning. It has to just be pick a side. And I think that that's something that's like, especially with like the way you see things portrayed. Everybody's gotta be, this movie's either the best movie or the worst movie. Dude, it's gonna fucking rain tomorrow and they're gonna tell you it's gonna be the biggest typhoon since 1993. Like, that's how they set up the fucking headline of the article, when it's just gonna rain tomorrow. That's how the world is. So it's like, I think people have just like, they think that's what they're supposed to do, but I don't think that's the way it is.
Well, they don't want to think.
Yeah, because it's more fun if I would rather hear you talk about the movie that I hated, and you're like, this is my favorite movie.
Yeah,
and you tell me why
it's
your favorite movie. And like, you fucking hate 8 Mile, but I love 8 Mile, right? And I just go on and on about it. I would rather that than me just be like, nah, 8 Mile sucks. I'm sorry. And then just not even hear you out. Because to me, that's cool. It's cool that you would be so much more interested in something that I don't give a fuck about.
Right.
Because you're just drawn to that. And there's something about that that's inspiring to you that I don't see. That's cool. So I don't get this idea that like things are just suck and things are just ass, because that's how you get people just turned away from everything.
Though. That's all within. So, and it starts with yourself.
Yeah.
So if you surround yourself with people who don't think that way, your world's not going to be that way.
And you'll get you'll get a more diverse interest group of friends. Like, they'll just do different shit.
Yeah,
because
and then
they're thinking differently than other people.
All that diversity that everybody's looking for, it finds itself.
It finds itself, yeah.
And, so it's like, work smarter and not harder.
Yeah.
And be authentic to yourself. Just being that we're two white guys on a podcast, and I know that not a whole lot of people really do this. Like, this is a real new format.
Yeah.
It's not saturated at all.
Not at all.
In any way.
No.
So
I'm on the cusp of something new.
Yeah, you're really on a breakthrough here, and like the format's very unique and original.
I must say.
So I don't know where you got the idea for a show like this. So I really commend you for that.
My friend, he was in a basement. We were talking, and I was like, somebody should put a microphone in front of us.
Wow, why don't we start talking?
And
then from there, you just started a podcast.
That was the stem of it. Yeah, it was kind of I don't want to take credit.
Well, no, but after you, other guys
are doing it
up, like
because of me.
Joe Rogan, Mark Maron.
I don't want to say it was him because of me, but I almost feel like I put the idea out there just by being authentically me way back before I even did this.
Sure.
Because people you gotta understand, what makes it unique is not only are we talking, but I am like him, dude. I'm the guy. And I think that long ago I was already him.
And so people saw that and they were like, we should do that on a microphone. And then they realized podcasts were a thing. And then I picked it up after a while. So I'm not saying like I made Joe Rogan, but I'm just saying that he probably saw me being myself at one point.
And he at least was he didn't
It's like, that's a vibe.
He didn't take your idea, but he was definitely influenced by you.
He got why that would be a good show.
He recognized the value in what you were doing.
And I just wish that more people gave me credit, but it's fine. I know that I did it all along. I know it was me. And so...
And really, that's all that matters. You don't need everybody else to know. You don't need the
pageantry. Who else would have thought of this? That's what I'm thinking, is who else would have came up with it? Like, it's just that...
Some idiot like Tom Green?
No,
never.
The thing is, Tom Green, he would hump a dead moose, all right? Sure. What kind of idiot humps a dead moose?
Well, it sold. I mean, he was good at what he did.
Oh, come on. He's a Tom Green apologist over here.
No. Not even a Tom Green fan. I just didn't want to shit on him. You know? he hasn't gotten work in a long time. Like,
you're right. Now that's punching down.
Yeah, you're already you're killing someone that's already dead here, brother. Like, come on.
I am humping a dead moose now. It's me. Oh, how the turntables.
Yeah, for real.
Well, there's a couple things you wanted to make sure to touch on, so I don't want to miss this. With all this talk we have about the industry and being real, is agents, is management, is it worth it in this industry, in this world, to have an agent, to have management? I mean, or do you just be you and do you and make that the thing?
Hey, everybody has their own path, and I'm all for everybody to succeed. I want everybody to follow their passion and follow your heart and do it the way you think you should do it. There is no one way to do it. A lot of actors think that they need a manager or they need agents in order to get work, and that's not necessarily true. Through my experience, I had a manager and 2 agents while I was living in New York. My manager was based out of L.A., and my 2 agents were based out of New York. I was also fortunate enough to have a pretty good team, even as far as representation goes. I don't want to name names, but one of the agencies out of New York, I was represented by the vice president of the agency.
Nice.
And they say things to you like, I'd be like, do you think I should lose some weight to get more parts? Like, I'm taking this really seriously. And they go, no, you're perfect just how you are. However, if you did lose, we can't legally tell you to lose weight, but if you were to lose weight, you may find more opportunities available. And so I didn't like that bullshit. And then when I sat down with my manager for the first time, he had a lot of reputable clients, which is why I even took the meeting with him. And I was like, hey, I need somebody I can trust, and I need somebody that I know is, these are my goals. Is this what you're looking for? Because I didn't want to just be with anybody.
Yeah.
And so he made a lot of false promises, but he got me in the room a lot with I got a lot of audition work. It was like a master class of auditioning. And I'd get scripts, and my first audition was for Disney, my second audition was for FX. I did like some background work for Succession, and there was another show HBO did that he got me background work on. That was paid, but then they started sending me things that weren't for me, and I was like, I'm going to do this because I'm going to do everything, but you're not thinking about the conversation we had.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, I think that management agents are the scum of the earth. And I think that you don't need one, and I think that everybody who is chasing after getting one is because they're chasing after the street cred. They like the way it sounds. And even I was living in an apartment with like 5 or 6 other people at the time, and when I came home and everybody was drooling, oh, you're represented, and it's like, well, but if they don't do anything for you, they're not worth anything.
Yeah.
Because the other thing actors are all hung up on is to become SAG and become a union member. And if you don't have the traction to constantly be getting union work, it's going to cost you more in your union dues to maintain your union status than it is for you just to make work on your own. So I totally once I left New York, I kind of parted ways with my management. I still keep in touch with them. They send me work once in a while, like for commercials and small stuff, because I told them that I really want to focus on being a producer and making films. And that's what attracted me to my manager at first, is because he was a producer at HBO, and he had a lot to do with The Sopranos when the Sopranos series was going.
Nice.
He actually represented. He represented James Gandolfini.
Wow.
So that's why I was really hoping that this would work out, because at the time they were writing the new Sopranos movie, and so he was talking to me about playing Tony, and he was talking to me about, well, if you don't play Tony, then maybe we have this other character for you. And then he was going back and forth, and at first I was under the impression that he might be
the Many New Saints of Newark, the Many Saints of.
Well, there was like one film they made.
That was the one though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I after I didn't get the gig, I didn't want to know nothing about it.
All right.
Believe me, I didn't even see it. and I'm not bitter about it, because they cast Gandolfini's son to play the part, and I was like, okay, fine. But when
that's probably the perfect person to lose the role to, right?
and when you lose it to somebody like that,
Yeah.
you don't feel bad about it. But like the Disney picture, or the direct to TV movie that they had me audition for Disney, I watched that. It was called Noelle. It's streaming on Disney Plus. And I watched that, and I was like, I'm so glad that I didn't fucking make it, because like I would have done something different for sure, but I would have been a huge sore palm, like not a sore thumb, all 5 fucking sore fingers in that movie. I was like, thank God they didn't cast me in this.
Yeah. And so like, how do you seek out roles then without a manager? Just reaching out to these agencies?
It's just like anything. It's networking. It's because the agents are the ones that are networking for you. And then when they present to you an idea, they're presenting to you an idea that's going to benefit them.
Right.
Where if you manage yourself and you go and seek out your own opportunities and you seek out your own networking, then you're finding work with your best interest in mind.
Yeah.
Bill Murray does it that way. I'm not a big Bill Murray fan, like just because the movies were a little before my time. I love like what he does and how he has fun with being a celebrity and all that. Why was I talking about Bill Murray?
Bill Murray picking his own with the manager.
Because the only way to get in touch with him was to reach him by a landline.
Yeah.
And so he missed a lot of opportunities because he didn't check it and he didn't care.
Yeah,
so
he didn't pick up the phone.
Yeah. And so like he missed a lot of opportunities, but he's happy though.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm after.
Yeah.
I'm after being in control of my process. I'm after being in possession of the rights to my work. And I want to reach as many people as possible.
Nice.
And if anybody who's listening is looking for a place to create and to generate ideas and to find an artistic home, a creative home, please reach out. Please reach out to Warwick Motion Pictures or to Fast Wing Aerial, because they're companies that are, starting out, and they are literally looking to become the next, to put Chicago on the map is in regards to filmmaking and television, because Chicago needs a late night television show.
Yeah.
And it's always been my dream to do that. So hopefully the next time I talk to you, that's what we're talking about.
All right.
But so that, because this is the greatest city in the country.
Yeah.
I've been to LA, New York, Vegas, Providence, Rhode Island. And still Chicago is the best. And for some reason, we polarize to the East Coast and the West Coast. And Chicago is a great home, filled with wonderful music and culture and comedy and stories and characters. This is the backdrop for some of the best stories that are going to be told. John Hughes was a great filmmaker at that. He did the Home Alone movies and The Breakfast Club and Uncle Buck, yada, yada. Brilliant filmmaker. And he was a Chicago-based filmmaker, and I'd love to pick up where he left off at, because he made Chicago look and feel like what it looks and feels like to live here. It's a fun, safe place, and a lot of folks don't think of it that way, and it is. It's the best city landscape you can get in the country. Yeah. Because New York, everything's piled on top of each other. In LA, the weather's too nice, so the homeless people live out on the streets, carefree. Have you ever seen a homeless person not care that they're homeless? I was like, Jesus Christ, if I ever need a place to stay, I'll just move out to San Diego and, pack a bag and a spindle. But everybody should be flocking to Chicago.
Yeah.
Because there's more talent here than you think, and because there's not as much highfalutin industry folks, it's easier for you to get together with a crew and start making shit. That's the only way you're gonna make it. Coming from a guy who hasn't made it, you'll know I made it before I do.
And we'll be like, no, man, we're telling you, we're telling you, it's over. You've done it. And then Live 25. What is the Live 25?
The Capra Brothers Band released their, this year we opened for 38 Special at the Des Plaines Theater. It was sold out, played for over 1,000 people. The concert film from that show was professionally shot. The sound was engineered by Frank Pappalardo,
nice,
who did the sound engineering for a lot of Brian Wilson's solo work, his last solo album from the Beach Boys. He worked closely with a lot of the greats, Fleetwood Mac, the Ides of March. So he engineered the album, and his touch was just, we didn't have to say a word to him. He mastered the audio to it perfectly. So our first live album, Live 25, is from that show. That's up now, streaming on all major platforms. The Capra Brothers Band, Spotify, YouTube, Apple Music, Amazon, literally anywhere you can fill your head with sound, you could find our first live album, along with our short CD that we released a couple years ago of a bunch of new tunes, and then our very first album is on there as well.
Nice.
So if you like, if you want to hear something that sounds like AC/DC and the Stones fucked one night in a drunken stupor and then had a baby, that's how I would describe the music. So if you're into something like that, check out the Capra Brothers Band. The Live 25 is our first ever live album, and we have a new one that'll be coming out sometime next year, all new music. And then definitely, if you haven't already, check out Warwick Motion Pictures' first film, Don't Call Me Baby. It's a splatter horror 80s homage that is very colorful and bloody and silly. And
where can people find that?
People can find that on YouTube. Just search Warwick Motion Pictures, Don't Call Me Baby.
Yeah.
And my Instagram handle is all Mike Capra about it. That's all Mike Capra about it. Or you could find me on YouTube, just my name, Mike Capra. And you can see all the goofy ass shit that I do there. That is, if we haven't bored you to hell by now. But
all facts, no cap, bro.
Yeah, no cap, bruh.
No cap, bro. I mean,
my new nickname and tattoo.
If they've stuck on Tramp Stamp, I'm counting on you. On that. I'm counting.
I'm
gonna
flash it to you next time I see you.
I'm gonna be like, turn around.
Yeah, let me see it. Yeah, look what I got.
But if they've stuck around this long, they will go consume that stuff. There must be something pathological about you if you're here 4 hours into this episode.
Oh, is that how long we went?
4 hours.
Wow. How long have you gone? Like, what's the longest
you're actually
you've
in
gone?
the top, you gotta be in the top 3, top to 5. Because it's like, once I hit 4 to 4.5, that's top 10 territory. I think the longest I've ever done is 4 hours 20 minutes, like something around there.
Yeah.
And that's deceptive because I think there's 10 minutes of those aren't real. So
Right.
really, we're probably
In
right
that
around the 4-hour mark.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't even know how long we were going. So
I just think that's like, so if you
That's
guys
good.
are still here,
Yeah, if
you're
you're still
clearly
here.
crazy enough to stick around and go
Right.
find him
And
somewhere
go find
else.
That. Yeah, hunt me down.
Yeah.
I'm worth watching.
Yeah.
It's just like the internet is filled with like a lot of like I like watching like people beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah, there's just and the problem is you have everything in your pocket. It's Pandora's box.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you have to then learn how to be like, no, don't watch those two guys fight. Watch me.
Yeah, watch this. It's a piece of art that took a grueling 12 days over like 6 months to shoot. It's hard work. Watch art instead of fart.
Yeah.
All right?
And then at the
TM, patent pending.
the very end of the show, I always try to say, you give a message for the children. The show's
Yeah.
for kids, 3 to 5 year olds, and we need to give them something strong to go home with. I think you just did it before I even said it.
Oh, okay.
Art instead of fart is something that a 5-year-old can understand.
Absolutely. And being that we're gaining, I have one more piece of advice to that age
give
group,
it.
if I may.
Give it out there,
all right,
Banana
really
Socks.
quick, I just want to let everybody around the age of 5, if you're in class and you're wearing a pair of pants and the teacher calls you up to the front of class and she says, "Excuse me, would you come up to the class for a moment?" Say, "Yes, I'm coming in my pants." And I think that will get them far in life.
Yeah, that joke will kill in that room.
Oh yeah, it'll slaughter. The teacher might laugh. The kids will not get it.
I'm coming in my pants.
And if you
Hold
get
on.
called down to the principal's office, what are you talking about? Play dumb. Because they probably don't even know what it means.
And then honestly, like, yeah, it's so funny. That reminds me, when I was younger, I was about like 10, and my older cousin, I was like, "Come on." He was like, "Come on, what?" And it took me years to understand what he was doing. I remember thinking that joke doesn't even make sense, but
Right.
I was the dumb one because I was 10.
Right. The same thing with me. Like I had older cousins who would be talking like that, and I was like,
Yeah.
where are we going?
Yeah, like, you guys are just, this is
I'm
stupid.
like, where did you go?
Yeah.
I'm like, why would you go there?
Yeah. Come on what?
Yeah.
Come on outside. Like,
Come
go
on,
on
yeah,
outside. What
exactly.
do you mean? I mean, it's like falling for a Ligma joke. If you feel if you feel bad about it. Like, they shouldn't have got me with that. I should be better than this.
Hey, you're like, man, fuck. I really let my guard down
It's a
here. on
bad
that.
feeling. So I'm coming in my pants.
Yeah.
I mean, that one I'm interested to see how that goes.
We'll see how
kids.
that
Let us
turns
know in the
out.
comments how that goes.
Yeah.
Like if it goes well, if it kills, like if the room erupts in laughter, or maybe you do go to the principal's office, give us that story. I like to see engagement in the comments, so that's what I want today. I want to hear your story after you come in your pants at school. That's what I want to
Yeah.
hear today.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good way to end an episode.
I think so.
Here on
Radio.
Clocking out.
Double down, competition couldn't help him to rock. Missed the whole time, holy fell through the flock. That's an ordinary miracle, wealth to the block. It's a balance in the character, this calm and collect. It's apparent his caricature is lost in the mess.